Good morning, everyone. My name is Luke Rain. I am the Vice President and the Managing Director of EU Business School. I would like to wish you a warm welcome to all of you to our fourth research event. The research event is the flagship event for the EU Business School research. Today's topic is on unlocking transformational value, the triple bottom line. We have been living in a disruptive world for the last 20 months. And today, we're going to address how the world will be looking after that and looking at the different challenges and the different opportunities that will arise from there. And also looking at the potential need in the leadership that will be going along those changes. I'm really looking forward to hear from the different experts and the different panelists that we have invited today to get their insightful view. Last but not least, I would also like to convey a big thank you to our entire research team that has worked extremely hard to put this forum together and that has lined up a brilliant and diverse cast of speakers. I'm really looking forward to exchange with the different participants, and I wish everybody a great journey and a great day in this research forum, and that you can gain a lot of insightful information. Without any further ado, I'd like to pass the word to our Head of Research, Dr. Shudha Chakravarti. Thank you very much and enjoy the day.
Thank you very much, Luke, and good morning and a very warm welcome once again to everyone joining us here at the EU Business School and On Research Forum. And as Mr. Crane mentioned, we are in our fourth year in 2021. So I'm Shudha Chakravarti, the Head of Research at the EU Business School, and I'll be your host for today. Just a few words on the event in itself, as well as the theme. As Mr. Crane mentioned, the Research Forum is the flagship research and outreach event of EU Business School, and we convene every October. And the whole idea behind the Research Forum is to convene experts, speakers, leaders from cross sectors to provide them with a platform to discuss and deliberate on key global challenges. So for the past 3 years, what we have been doing is we have been focusing on one aspect, and that is building institutional trust. And we brainstormed and we figured out that trust is probably the cheapest asset in order to solve global problems. And we need that kind of trust to be created within global institutions, cross-sector, to be able to deliver on our promises for a more sustainable and equitable world. So this year, in keeping with the times and basically also looking back at the past 20 months and how our lives have been disrupted by the global pandemic, we see also that we have opportunities that we can exploit to create a more just, equitable, and a sustainable world. Hence, this year's Research Forum, we would wish to deep dive into all these issues and see if we can create some transformational value. The theme for today's event is the triple bottom line and transformational value. And the triple bottom line is basically a call to action for all institutions, for all actors, and particularly businesses, as we're interested as a business school, to move away or to refocus just from profit motives and to look at issues, global issues, from a more stakeholder perspective. And not just to have the single bottom line that focuses on profit, but to enlarge that to include people as well as the planet. Hence, today at our Research Forum, we have an array of speakers, speeches, the plenary session, panels, as well as discussions on the issues of the triple bottom line. So to start things off, we have a keynote address, and we are extremely delighted to have amongst us Her Excellency Amina Gurib Fakim. She's a scientist, a distinguished scholar, as well as the former president of Mauritius. And for her efforts as a scientist and a scholar, Ms. Gurib Fakim has been recognized worldwide, receiving the L'Oreal UNESCO Award for Women in Science. She's a laureate for the National and Economic Council, as well as she received the African Union Award for Women in Science. She will be providing the keynote address on a very, very pertinent issue. And we look forward to that. And that will be on the role of bioinnovation and biodiversity in Africa. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Dr. Sudha Chakravarti, Head of Research at ON Research at the EU Business School. Mr. Ugo Ikpeazu, distinguished guests, students, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon. It is a pleasure and a privilege to be addressing this August Assembly and to share my thoughts within the theme of the conference entitled Unlocking Transformational Value, the Triple Bottom Line. The privilege is heightened in as much as the EU Business School features among some of the most prestigious institutions globally. I would like to thank Dr. Sudha Chakravarti and Mr. Ugo Ikpeazu for this kind invitation. I have chosen today to speak on the role of bioinnovation and biodiversity with focus on the Global South. As a scientist, entrepreneur, and former president of a small island developing state, I recognize that there is no greater set of issues for people individually and for mankind collectively. Ladies and gentlemen, I am of the opinion, rightly or wrongly, that if chemistry and physics drove the industrial transformation of the 20th century, then biology, as well as other discipline interface, promise to generate the most groundbreaking technological applications in the 21st century. Biotechnology as a sector is a prime example and one of the fastest growing knowledge-based sectors in an emerging economy, for example, in India. The Indian biotech industry had generated $63 billion in revenue in 2019. And with a favorable business and regulatory environment to support this growth, the biotech industry revenues are projected to accelerate to reach $150 billion by 2025. Notwithstanding this challenge, the Global South enjoys some unique advantages that can drive its prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, the African continent benefits from a youth dividend. The increasing talents of this growing number of young people present the promise to lead to advances in areas ranging from agriculture to medicine to information technology and beyond. Notwithstanding the fact that they're increasingly connected and tech savvy. Areas like biopharmaceuticals, bioagriculture, bioservices can and will potentially drive the biotech sector significantly. Innovations in biotechnology can also be used to reduce carbon emission and otherwise promote environmental conservation efforts. Using microbes, oil-based raw materials in the plastic industry can be replaced with more eco-friendly raw materials like sugar. Bioremediation, applying the use of bacteria like Pseudomonas and Mycobacterium, can be put to use to treat sewage, especially within a framework of increasingly urbanized regions of the Global South. It is worth highlighting as well that by 2050, 50% of the African continent population will be living in urban areas. Similarly, environmental hazards, including oil spills, can be mitigated by the application of this technology. Ladies and gentlemen, the challenges are fundamental, starting with inequalities in education, which will leave millions of people unprepared to contribute to and reap rewards from the modern economy. On a macroeconomic level, Africa remains stubbornly dependent on short-term aid, undermining the obligation of our governments to create conditions that attract and nurture private investment and venture capital. This, in turn, dilutes our ability to set out our agenda and take control of our economy. Yet, these challenges can be turned around and be transformed into opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, the Global South are already facing the brunt of a changing climate, although recently we are seeing regions of the Global North equally impacted. Drought, heat stress, flooding have all led to a reduction in crop yields and livestock productivity, and to the destruction of homes, shelters, and villages across the many parts of the world. Observable effects on water resources include flooding, drought, change in distribution of rainfall, drying up of rivers, melting of glaciers, and receding bodies of water. A United Nations report predicts that access to water may be the single biggest cause of conflict and war in Africa in the next generation. Conflicts over resources in turn exacerbate environmental impact, contributing further to ongoing migration within and between countries and continents. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change and biodiversity loss and their impact on agriculture and therefore food security add urgency to our fight against poverty and disease. Yet, technology exists to make crops more viral resistant or drought resistant through gene splicing sprays. The CRISPR technology provides an alternative approach for improving the genetic traits of plants that is easier and generally cheaper than traditional breeding techniques. Rapid innovations such as these have the potential to improve the lives of people through advancement in areas such as agriculture, environmental conservation, healthcare, disease prevention, big data-driven bioinformatics, and industrial biotechnology. Agricultural biotechnology can help meet the world's food supply needed as populations increase. Scientific advances have produced new genes that can fortify crops to withstand natural calamities such as pest and disease, including crops like BT cotton, and provide higher nutritional values like golden rice. The twin fields of genomic and bioinformatics are similarly poised to revolutionize healthcare by coupling the advances of biotechnology with a collection and analysis of huge volumes of genetic and biological big data. Moreover, it is high time to test individual proclivities of Africans is different than that of people with other genetic heritages. Different genes can react differently to the same drug. That is why it is important to include more and more people of African ancestry in drug trials. It is time to test individual proclivities of African for certain diseases and to tailor treatment for specific needs. It is increasingly being said that data is the new oil, and big data can help researchers and pharmaceutical companies monitor the efficacy of drugs. The broad elements of healthy, diverse diets, seed and crop diversity, improvement in seed and crop delivery and cultivation, and the maintenance of our agrobiodiversity must be optimized to ensure a healthy and prosperous future for all of our people. Evidence that the wisdom of these investments is strong and growing, and so we must continue to invest in order to improve sustainable food systems to meet many of our sustainable development goals. At the same time, as we modernize, we must support traditional knowledge systems, such as those related to sustainable agriculture, regenerative, and promote agroecology. Among the features of this preservation are enlightened agriculture and trade policies, intellectual property rights on the conservation and sustainable use of biological resources, the empowerment of women as guardian of these systems, and the equitable sharing of benefits across sectors, genders, and community. As an academic who had spent much of her career in academic science, I feel obliged, a special obligation, to build a rhetorical bridge between our environment and scientific research. The vital threats of biodiversity loss and climate change are themselves nested in the drive to advance human health and well-being. And the effectiveness of driving human health and well-being is correspondingly leveraged by continued investment in research and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, our very existence sits at the nexus of not just the interdependent, transdisciplinary nature of scientific research, but in a broader context, at the intersection of nutrition, health, agriculture, environment, governance, and the economy. These investments require sustained operational funding and capital support and the capacity to engage successfully with funders, governments, policymakers, and communities. Only significant and simultaneous investment in the many elements of environmental preservation and scientific research, public-private investment in basic and applied research, building access to sustainable resources, creating the legal, regulatory, and policy conditions to encourage research in and for sustainable economies, enlightened policy development, innovative training here on the continent will create the robust conditions that lead to the deceleration of biodiversity loss, a slowing rate of climate change, less disease, more prosperity, and more independence in the global south, especially in Africa. So this research that we talk a lot about is not an expense, but an investment. These opportunities and their complexities will have impacts well beyond our political lifetimes, indeed, beyond the actual lifetime of anyone on Earth today. The world is tackling the challenges of maintaining biodiversity and decelerating the climate change, but the trade-offs that they require inevitably pit one country's interest against another's. Ladies and gentlemen, small island states like Mauritius, 5 of which are part of the African continent, have unfortunately been the first to reach the tipping point where the theoretical effects of dependence on the extractive industries take a measurable, tangible toll on our very existence. I hope, therefore, that it is from our nations that a true Africa-wide environmental movement will take hold. We must bring all possible human and financial resources to bear on fighting climate change, protect our biodiversity, and create a better Earth for people everywhere. The challenge is not easy. Reaching it depends on the contribution of highly skilled individuals from everywhere in the world, political courage and foresight, and creative, ambitious innovation. But it can be done because it must be done. Our ability to create a sustained future for ourselves isn't optional, it's existential. There's an African proverb that says, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is now. Bring your seedlings and your shovels, and we'll plant that tree together. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for providing these deep insights into the role of biodiversity. And rightly, because I teach international relations and we see how even our understanding of security has changed from, let's say, looking at national security to more human security issues like food security, water security, and water would be the new oil for, let's put it this way, for the 21st century. But I just want to probe you a little further. And you do speak about the importance of biodiversity. However, do you think that the climate change issue somehow has overshadowed the biodiversity issues? And in this, what I basically mean is, from the climate perspective, is easier to quantify. It's easier to put financial value on carbon emissions. But what happens in, let's say, the bottom of the ocean is very difficult to quantify. And hence, you're right, we need more data, we need more research. So what would be your answer to this? I mean, COP15, which took place early last week, probably, we didn't hear much about it. So, Your Excellency.
Thank you. Thank you. May I call you Sudha?
Absolutely.
So if I were to look at biodiversity, just try to make a kind of comparison. Biodiversity will be the branch which is holding the birds, out there. And what we are doing right now, we are busy chopping that very branch on which we are all standing or which we are all sitting. And I'll make the correlation with why we need to look at the global south. Just look at my region, my part of the world, the Indian Ocean. We are one of the biodiversity hotspot because the Mascarene Island remain one of the biodiversity hotspot. 1 square kilometer of the surface area in my part of the world would have more biodiversity than the entire European continent combined. So if we are going to look at life on Earth, we are going to have to pay special attention to the interconnectivity in the ecosystems, in highly diverse ecosystem where the biodiversity is so great that this is what is ensuring our survival on this planet. And if I go back to, if you mentioned precisely the economics, if we are going to look at the economics of what nature gives us on a yearly basis, because now we're talking money, big money, we talk about the world's GDP as being $100 trillion per year, right? And every year, nature gives us for free something like $125 trillion in terms of ecosystemic services. And that means clean water, the air we breathe, I mean, just the basics, which allow us to stay alive. And yet, we do not value this. We never factor this into any equation. And we are going out there, just going into extractive, I was reading something the other day. When we talk about wealth creation, we should be focusing on the capability of the human mind and the talent of people into the wealth creation, as opposed to going into wealth extraction. And this is what we're doing. We're just going into extraction, and we're not paying enough attention to the fragility and the interconnectedness of man with nature. And I think COVID showed us that very, very nicely last year. When we were indoors, the animals were outside.
Thank you very much. I mean, I completely agree with you, the interconnectedness, and probably we need more research and data into quantifying these aspects. So, for example, as I mentioned, I mean, if you take a tree, of course, it has a lot of value, but it creates more value when you chop it for wood. So we need to somehow maybe take a look at biodiversity. We do live in an age of extinction, but somehow I think the message for everybody is still a little unclear in terms of how do we quantify this. But thank you so much, Your Excellency, for these very meaningful insights into the topic. Please don't go away, Your Excellency. I think you're there for the next discussion. So the next, we have lined up a discussion panel, and that will be on digital innovation, identifying, integrating, and scaling. And for that, I will pass the floor to my colleague and co-host, Dr. Hugo Ikiasu. Hugo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Sida, for that introduction. And thank you, Your Excellency, for the time and for that inspiring speech, and for really setting the scene for the discussions that we will be having today. Good afternoon and welcome to our audience. We will be jumping straight into a discussion over the next half hour on digital innovation and on integrating and scaling digital innovation. My first guest doesn't need that much more of an introduction. My first guest is, of course, Her Excellency, Professor Amina Gurib-Fakim, who, as Dr. Chakravarti mentioned, served as the former president of the Republic of Mauritius, but also has quite extensive experience in academia as well, and has served as the Dean of the Faculty of Science and Pro-Vice Chancellor of the University of Mauritius. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Thank you.
My second guest is Dr. Sinduri Ponappu-Reddy, an expert in sustainable strategies for digital transformation and a lecturer at the EU Business School. A huge welcome to the both of you.
Thank you so much.
Yes. So
it's an honor to be part of this panel, Her Excellency. It's really a pleasure meeting. Yeah.
Thank you.
We're all thrilled to have you.
Yes, indeed.
Our discussion today is on digital innovation in the broader context of value creation. And digital innovation, I say, is something of a holy grail because everyone is talking about it and everyone is looking for it. But it isn't enough to build an innovative technology or identify an innovation. Success is in truly being able to integrate and scale this innovation in the real world. I'm excited to talk about this with you both, because you will offer some really unique perspectives to the discussion, and we'll offer some perspectives that we'll try to take on throughout the discussions today. So let's start with you, Your Excellency. How should we be thinking about designing innovation for the future?
Wow, that's a very, very wide-ranging question. Innovation has been the lifeblood of our emerging societies well, since mankind existed. And I think one of the biggest innovation has been, the discovery of fire, right? This has been, I think, the mother of all innovations. And innovation has been there. It's something, as you have said, which is being spoken about. But how do we actually apply it to our everyday life for improvement? There's so many things that we can think of in terms of innovative practices. But I think what we have seen over the past few months is how innovation in the digital space has really been a game changer. And we have seen how it has revolutionized the way we communicate. In fact, as we're speaking right now, this technology was hardly known a few years ago, and yet it has been transformational. And I think what we need to look at, if we are going to move into further innovative practices, into innovative technologies that we're going to adopt further on, is to look at the past few months and see where are the green shoots. And to me, digitalization is one of these green shoots. And I think if we are going to promote more innovation into this area, we are increasingly going to call for more investment. And this is where I think in Africa, we are lagging, because when we talk about digitization, we talk about bandwidth, we're talking about the ecosystem. And so there are so many areas that we need to address in terms of practices so that we can make this innovation become really transformative. And, I'm sure it's going to impact our lives more and more.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And that answer ties in very closely with a statement that you made in your keynote. Data is the new oil. I think completely agree with you. The world is definitely heading in that digitalization direction. And the question then would be how we manage to, especially in our part of the world, for example, how we manage to plug into that advancement and really take advantage of that. Dr. Sunduri, how are you thinking about designing innovations for the future from your own experiences and your current activities?
Yep, I completely agree with Her Excellency on this point that this digital innovation has to be more and more inclusive. It doesn't have to, it shouldn't be like pertain to like certain borders, and it has to include, because of the digital innovation, what happens is there is a certain group which is like in the consumer studies or in the surveys, which are more considered, and like there is certain group which is not given enough priority to understand their patterns from a consumer standpoint of view. And also what we have to also think is COVID-19 has accelerated digital innovation at a pace that it would take at least 10 years, but we accelerated in 1 year everything. However, it is still not inclusive. We are still at a stage where in the technological jobs, there are still only 20% of the women are being part of digital, or in the jobs which are linked to digital. And also, we also have to acknowledge that the 3 pillars of sustainability, which is also important to consider into digital innovation, are still not taking place at a pace which it should be. But there is a lot of optimism. What we have to consider is in the future generations, where we need to make innovation future-proof, we have to consider that the Gen Z and the Millennials are like when you do a consumer kind of study, they say they want to contribute to companies or to the future where the eco-friendliness is encouraged, where the local organizations are encouraged. So which gives a sense of lot of shared optimism that we can build innovation of digital together with sustainability into place. So this gives companies, when you see the patterns from Gen Z or Millennials, where they wanted to contribute to more eco-friendly future or more societal contributions, which pushes the companies, which envelopes the companies to come into the broader stage and invest into sustainable solution, but at the same time going into a digital direction. So we can see there is a lot of optimism. However, I have to tell that there are some challenges that we need to consider when there is a solution. The community aspect of also has to be part of the solution. It is not just the profitability of organizations, or it is not just about the next posting about the share values or anything. It should be also community aspect has to be considered, and this will definitely address the problems of the challenges what we have to do with digital, but at the same time making the solution inclusive and sustainable.
Yes, I just react on what Sinduria had just said. When we're talking about digitization, increasingly it's been referred to as the last frontier, if you use a Star Trek analogy of space and all this. But I think there is something that we have to build side by side as this sector emerges. The aspect of the regulatory bodies, how they will look into this new avenue. And I think this is maybe where we have gone wrong in other pillars, like the extractive industries, for example. Now we are looking, it is hurting our consumer conscience when we talk about the extractive industries, whether it is looking after, that's what the whole idea of sustainability, whether it is taking care of the environment, is it polluting the air? I mean, these are things that should have been addressed up front. But now that we are seeing digitization emerging, what are the regulatory norms that we can put around this so that when we actually grow with it, we also have the checks and balances put in place. And here I have a special thought for the cyberspace. And when you look at women, for example, this has become the ultimate place, the ultimate frontier, where women get demonized more and more. And this is something that we have to address in terms of the downside of the digitization space, because we are going to go there, but let us work towards building the appropriate ecosystem so that when we actually grow with it, as we emerge with it, we have all the checks and balances put together at the same time.
Yes.
Thank you for that, Dr. Sundari, and also for that comment, Your Excellency. And that actually linked to one of the questions that I was hoping to get some insights from you both on, and it's really about the regulatory framework, right? We all recognize that in the world today, the pace of technology advancement is much faster and is far outpacing the rate of regulatory designs and regulatory advancement. So how should we be thinking about bridging this gap? And from your experiences, Your Excellency, leading this change at the national level, how did you approach some of these subjects on bridging that regulatory gap?
I think one of the areas we have to start is the whole issue of digital literacy. Again, this is what the COVID has shown us is how what we call now fake news. This whole campaign of disinformation has been spreading like wildfire. So to what extent can we trust the various websites that we consult and we get our information from? So we have to encourage the public to become much more digital literate so that they can get appropriate information. Now, there is, of course, a very big debate going on right now with big tech. Big tech is here to stay. Big tech now are the guardrail of information. And I think it is also at the level of government. I'm not saying, because the fine dividing line between access to information using the digital technology, using the tech platform, and of course, right for information, right for expression of also freedom of expression, all these, the very, very fine dividing line among. So government have to be very, very careful. Now, I can see already some government, they are putting out laws which can, in some countries, be literally an infringement of right for information, infringement of freedom of expression. So this has to be looked at very, very carefully. So the right balance is done, but we have to be made aware of the potential that these platform bring to our life in terms of access to information, but we also have to teach ourselves to become digital literate, to get the proper information, but more importantly, government again, this is where we call for the regulatory environment to ensure that they put up the right checks and balances in the country, because we see now how big tech can impact election processes. So it is again impacting democracy as we know it. And in fact, if you look at the Nobel Prize winner this year, Maria Ressa, I mean, she has been very vocal on whether, how much can we trust and how much do we allow how pervasive big tech have become in our lives, and to what extent do we trust the information which has been peddling out there. So this is where I think government has a very important role to play.
Yep, and you make a really interesting point here about digital literacy, because when we hear digital literacy, we typically think of it in the context of the individual and the end consumer, but you just point out digital literacy at the government level, getting really the government as an institution to understand these new technologies and understand the potential impact that it has. It's, for lack of a better term, I might say it's a shame that in many parts of the world where technology should be supporting the leapfrog process, we can see governments taking sort of conservative approaches to really integrating these. It'll be interesting to hear from you, Dr. Sunduri, how you're thinking about this, but also, you have a wealth of experience in designing digital transformation strategies and implementing these strategies also in the private sector. So how have you navigated the regulatory environment, first of all, and how are you thinking about sort of first, bridging that gap in the context of implementing digital strategies and digital transformation?
Yeah. So I on day-to-day basis, I usually deal with a lot of things which are more related from a consumer standpoint of view. Like, if you see that in terms of technology, sometimes I feel like we developed a lot of technological innovation, but the regulator frameworks were so lagging behind. Rather than it should be the other way around, that there is some regulatory framework and there are citizenship rights and the digital services have been encouraged before, and there is a framework and then the innovation happens. Of course, we can't control the pace, but from a consumer standpoint of view, or a human standpoint of view, what I could definitely say that we are in a generation of where there is a lack of data privacy, and where the data is the regulations are very behind. Of course, in EU we there is a certain sense of data privacy laws, which from an end user standpoint of view, which we have it, but it is not same everywhere, at least not in from the country where I come from India. There is no laws surrounding from an end user standpoint of view, from a data privacy. All these things, there are some lot of cookie policies, there is disinformation, misinformation, there is lack of trust. But I would still be optimistic, looking at the EU regulatory frameworks where they are drafting for markets, for companies, for a citizen, which would trickle down into different regulatory frameworks in different countries as well, because there is a starting point in the EU, which is also shared between different countries. What would be the best kind of framework from when someone is accessing a particular website, or when someone is accessing big tech. I think this will definitely enable, but the most solution which I personally think is in terms of innovation, when there is an innovation, it has to come from different, like, who are the stakeholders? Like this is the most important question we need to keep asking. I think government and citizens who will get digital literate also has to be a part of the stakeholders, because currently whenever there is an innovation happening, we are not considering that governments and that government could fund a particular innovation and they could be part of it. And if the governments, if the citizens are part of the stakeholders, then there is a discussion of how the regulator frameworks would work and everything. But whenever there is technology, when there is disruptive innovation happening, it's all about the hype, and we actually miss the reality that who are the stakeholders of it. And when the stakeholders are inclusive, coming from different parties, then we can think, okay, oh yeah, this makes sense for a particular innovation or not. So I think that at a certain level, when governments are funding some research projects or technological developments, then there is an opinion coming from a government as well, and the government bodies could be part of this research and would definitely help to address this challenge of regulatory frameworks, at least to an extent. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thank you for both those responses. There's a few things that I took from that. When we're thinking about digital innovation and bridging the regulatory framework, we have to consider people, of course, and we have to consider digital literacy, not just at the individual level, but also at the government level. And that reminds me of another statement that you made, Your Excellency, in your keynote, which was that research is not an expense, but an investment. And I think the discussion so far has really highlighted the importance of that, the importance of getting the right people in the right positions with the right knowledge to be able to bridge that gap and be able to also just look to the future with some confidence. It looks like you wanted to say something, Your Excellency.
No, I'm good. I'm good. Yes.
Okay. So let's carry on with you, Your Excellency. You're familiar with methodical approaches to problem solving, of course, as a scientist. And we all understand that there are many challenges that stop businesses and governments from successfully identifying and integrating innovative technologies. We've just talked about digital literacy. We've just talked about people. These challenges range from the fact that innovations are happening in silos, as you said, Dr. Sinduri, to the fact that some governments just simply don't have innovation strategies at all. Now, considering the broader topic that we're discussing today, unlocking transformational value, how should leaders try to navigate these challenges? What are some of the recommendations that you would give, Your Excellency?
Thank you. I will take it again at the level of the African continent. Why am I putting it? Because we've had about 60 years post-independent history. I mean, again, for India, it's not very far off, but India has had a different dynamic altogether. And I think when we look at the way education was given out during colonial days, the kids were being trained to become social scientists because they were being trained to become administrators because they were in a certain context and they had to administer. And when these countries became independent, and if I take the example of India, for example, I take the African continent as well, because there are some parallel. What happened was that initially, before the advent of IT, before the advent of digitization, when you talk about research, when you talk about any kind of investment in that space, you're talking about high-flying, high-level investment in the infrastructure. And this was, of course, already a drawback because the countries simply did not have the cadre to think that way. They didn't have the appropriate investment in that space. The country was still struggling because they were actually coming out of the movement, which of course, a freedom movement. So the thinking wasn't there. And then if you juxtapose this with a country like India, which has gone through the same kind of realms, in as much as India was a closed economy until the 1990s, you come up with a situation where the country starts to open up in the 1990s. We have the Prime Minister, then Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, who was also, of course, trained in the United States and came back to India. And he had the vision of opening up. And at the right time, this is again where I call about having a prepared mind. He saw the potential of an open economy and the digitized space, because this is when IT started coming in. This was the time when the brain power of Indian youth made a difference, because these youth with the right education, because don't forget that India had set up the IITs, which were of course kind of clones, if I may use the word, of what was happening in MIT and elsewhere. So there was a group of very well-trained talented Indians who could jump into that space and really make the digitized space a pillar of the Indian economy. And I think, if you go back again to Africa, I think we are at the cusp of exactly that. The continent is opening up. And right now, as we speak, we have now an internal market of 1.3 billion people with the free trade agreement, which has been ratified, which is now operational. We have young people who are here, young people who are tech savvy, young people who can use the mobile phone, who can use technology. And I think we are there. And in fact, we have gone beyond this, because don't forget that mobile money started now in Africa, started with Kenya. So we have already got some live examples of what can be done. And in fact, if you look at the economy of Kenya, 33% goes through the M-Pesa framework. So there are a parallel there. So what I'm trying to say is that with this new scenario of investing in the youth, investing in the ecosystem, investing smartly, because again, we can just remove all the redundancies of the past and really be smart. And this is why we need to have a dialogue, a systematic dialogue, private sector, government, civil societies, and also a new class of people who have to emerge, both in India, it is there, but in Africa, a class of entrepreneurs. Because these young people, if we really invest in them, if we create the ecosystem, they will become job creators. And why it matters, because if you look at World Bank figures, it will tell you that 12 million graduates are landing on the job market every year. Now, which government is there, especially now as we're moving into the fourth industrial revolution, the gig economy? How many jobs can be created? So this is why we need to empower, we need to invest, we need to create the ecosystem. And this is the plea we make to government. Get these talented young people on board, make a meritocratic system prevail. This is the only way forward.
Thank you, Excellency. And very exciting. I mean, I was nodding there because you answered another of the questions I was going to ask. But before I go on to that, just want to agree with you that really investing in the infrastructure, but also investing in the people at the national level is definitely one of the priorities that leaders at that level should be thinking about going forward. And you also talked about investing in grassroots ecosystems, which coincidentally is one of the sessions that we will be discussing today, because we really understand that it is at that level that you can really unlock value that plays a lasting role in national development. We have about 10 minutes left with you, and there's a few more questions that we would really like to discuss. Dr. Sunduri, it would be great to get your perspective on how you are thinking about sort of navigating the challenges that we've just discussed, how you're thinking about, the fact that innovation is happening in silos, and that there's this knowledge and resource gap. And then of course, great to hear some of the advice that you are also giving to some of the business leaders that you work with.
Yeah, actually, I agree with how the silos point, like how organizations are building. So I think the solution would be more to have like a shared objectives, like, in terms of when you're building any kind of digital strategy or digital innovation, there should be shared objectives amongst teams, amongst organization, and it has to trickle down from the top until the bottom level. Whoever is part of your organization, it has to have only with the shared objectives, shared kind of key performance indicators, which are the KPIs of the goals of each and every individual who is contributing to this organization, which will definitely help, because at a CEO level, you might have a digital transformation as a huge objective, but if you're trickling down to a data marketing analyst or someone who is working as an analyst, you need to trickle down the same objective at that level as a shared understanding and as a KPI, which will enable the whole organization to have a common goal, but which is shared, and they will have a common understanding, and while enabling the digital literacy in the organizations. I mean, this should go hand in hand, and it actually enables my first point, where that it makes it inclusive, it makes everyone be part of this transformation. And when you give a shared understanding or shared objectives to people, they feel much more that they are contributing, and their contribution is very evident and visible. So this will, from an organization standpoint of view, this will enable to build a digital transformation at a particular organization. And also for teams, it gives them they're inclusive, for what they have been contributing, and also since it has to be also sustainable from a positive, I think the important question is also to ask that how can we include sustainability and make positive contribution to society while we are moving towards digital transformation, while we are moving to digital innovation. So I think when we are considering about consumer needs or consumer keeping in mind, we should always have this societal understanding that what is important for the society, and whenever, and also acknowledge the needs of the consumer, that the consumer is demanding that the companies have to contribute for eco-friendly nature. So this thing also we need to consider when we are considering the digital innovation. So the shared objective, according to me, is digital transformation, how companies could move forward with the digital, but at the same time, acknowledging the fact that there are consumer needs who are demanding for eco-friendly needs and demands over there. So these things, I mean, personally to go hand in hand to build a good digital innovation and transformation, at the same time addressing the societal needs. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Sundari. Before we go back to you, Your Excellency, one more question for you, Dr. Sundari. So you've talked about inclusiveness in building innovation relationships. We've also looked at people at the center of the entire process.
Yes.
What modalities are you seeing, or what sort of specific frameworks are you seeing that the private sector is applying in its innovation approach? So that's frameworks for innovation strategies, frameworks for innovation scaling. What ones are you seeing?
So, for example, there should be more and more participative frameworks, which has to be part of it, bringing all stakeholders together while designing a strategy has to be in place. I think it had started at a very, very minimal level these days, but it still has to, it didn't see its fruits as it has to, as it has to be there. And also it has to be future proof. Currently in terms of inclusiveness, when we are talking about, we are still thinking about the current generation, but we have to think about our older generations, who has not been digitally literate, and also the future generations who expect that digital is like, by default, they have, so there should be inclusiveness from these aspects. I think this will come only when there is like a participatory frameworks. And also when we are considering like about digital, it is very important to consider as a local index, like, what is essential at that community level. So these organizations, like bigger organizations, like, have to think at a local index perspective, like what is important for the community, and also thinking like bringing all this participative framework. So I think this will, like, when we think frameworks in terms of like holistic level, it will address these problems, because we could think about all the scenarios which would happen and then come to a solution, rather than thinking everything in like, parts or silos.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. You talk about participative frameworks, and as we round up the session now, I would love to get your input, Your Excellency, on what key themes you would expect us to discuss in the different sessions today. So after this, we're going to have a session on ESG frameworks, followed by one on enabling grassroots ecosystems, and then one on trade, before ending on a case study of Geneva. In all of these discussions, how would you expect us, or how would you expect to see us approaching the topic of value creation?
Value creation now is very much on the agenda. But I think before we start, initially when I started the discussion, I talked about wealth extraction as opposed to wealth creation. And I think you are very much in that space of looking at wealth creation through the triple, exactly the theme of your seminar today. But how to do this now? I think we're going to have to learn to think differently because we are living in a finite planet, so we cannot have infinite growth within finite resources. So I think use all our resources to the best of our abilities. But I think if you're going to look at trade, I think we have to address the inequities of trade. And this is addressed, of course, through policies. And one thing which is coming again in discussion in all fora is how to address inequality as well. And inequality, if you tackle this upfront, the root cause of all the ills of our society, you'll find the means to share to a wider public and to all the stakeholders who are actually actors in this future that we are building together, a more inclusive future, as Sinuri has said. So if you are going to try to be more inclusive means, of course, all the stakeholders, and of course, not forgetting women, 52% of our common humanity. So let's try and be as inclusive as possible, as generous as possible, as open as possible, and let us not close our minds to what is now emerging everywhere across the world, the nativistic approach. And I'm so pleased to see all of you out there in Geneva, so increasingly addressing a very diverse crowd, and where it is clear that for your institution to reach where it has reached, it has done through the lens of meritocracy. So that's what we have to do. Identify the talent, identify the resources, use them correctly, and let's hope to create a much more profitable and, of course, a much more sustainable future.
Thank you tremendously, Your Excellency. And on that note, we have come to the end of the session. I'd like to say a huge thank you to both of you, and especially you, Your Excellency, on behalf of the entire EU Business School, for joining us today. I'll hand it over now to our head of research, who will also say a quick thank you and then introduce the next panel.
Thank you very much, first of all, Ugo, as well as Your Excellency and Dr. Sinduri, for this very insightful discussions on digital innovation. Please don't leave. We have the first panel now. Before we get into the panel, we are now allowing all the panelists inside. I would like to take this opportunity to quickly thank our partners, expert partners for this particular panel, which is Lombard Odier Asset Management, as well as the EU Business School Finance Society. And the panel will be discussing on ESG frameworks for transformation, and will be focusing on how the private sector is integrating ESG frameworks into their business models. And in this panel, we have 4 panelists. We have Thomas Hornes-Barbot, who is the head of sustainability research at Lombardo-Day Asset Management. We have David Laes, who is the CPO at Ecolytic. He is also a climate activist and a social entrepreneur. We have Ms. Bathsheba Asati, who is the head of strategic initiatives at Amahoro Coalition, as well as an associate at the Botho Emerging Markets Group. And last but not the least, we have my colleague, Dr. Anastasia Naranova-Nassauer, who is also the research coordinator at EU Business School. Moderating this panel is going to be Chris McHugh, and he is the Senior Advisor, International Association of Credit Portfolio Managers, and researcher at the University of Southampton Business School. So if the panel is ready, if Chris, you're ready as the moderator, we can commence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sudha. I think we're ready to go. And just before I ask each of the panelists to introduce themselves, what I wanted to do first, just to sort of set the scene, just to put things in perspectives, because when we talk about things like ESG frameworks, for me, I find it quite important to think about what perspective people have when they look at the particular problem. So, if you think of this as a systemic problem of governments, the private sector, the private or the public sector, the development sector, asset managers, etc. Each of us come to this discussion from a different perspective. For me, I'm interested in the mobilization of private capital. So if you want to boil it down to one specific thing, imagine, if you like, there is a room in which a decision is taken to invest or to lend. How is that decision taken and what are the triggers? How does that happen versus not happening? And for me, when we think about frameworks, that's one of the critical factors. So if we understand the decisions around how capital flows and when deals are done, that will help us position some of our views. And those are just my opinions. And we're very fortunate, I think, on the panel to have a broad range of different perspectives. So what I'm going to do now is just ask each of the panelists in turn to explain exactly what their role is and what their perspective is, and then we'll dive into some of the detail. So perhaps, Thomas, could I come to you first on behalf of Lombardo-Day, just to talk about your position and your role?
Perfect. Well, good to be with you all. Pleasure to be speaking about this topic today. I am with Lombardo-Day, as you mentioned. I'm the head of sustainability research, and what our unit is really trying to understand is exactly how quickly and through what mechanisms our economy can move to a more sustainable shape. Climate alignment is a key objective for us, but we're also very keen to emphasize that we should make this discussion broader and look at other wider nature-related risks related to water use, biodiversity loss, and similar challenges. For us, it's all about understanding transition. We don't just want to get out of sectors like steel, cement, or chemicals that we realize have a huge footprint today. What we understand is what we need to do to make those sectors aligned to a more sustainable economy, to help us understand how we can reallocate capital, which companies are the leaders in this space, which ones are the laggards. We believe that is how we achieve impact. It is also our fiduciary duty, because we ultimately believe that companies that fail to do so will simply lose their license to operate and simply do no longer make for a prudent investment.
Thank you. And I'm looking forward to asking you some questions around that. Anastasia, could I move to you next, please, just to introduce yourself?
Yes, please. So my name is Anastasia Nassauer, and I have PhD in management with focus on sustainable finance from the University of Edinburgh Business School. And the work I've done was around the focus on the banks who define themselves as sustainable institutions. And I did a research to investigate their identity and how they understand the issue of sustainability and what separates sustainable banks from non-sustainable. So I'm very interested in researching trends around sustainable finance, around ESG, around sustainable development goals, and how can a private sector partner and contribute to achieving sustainable development goals, which I think is becoming a really big sector, market-wide paradigm, which is, in my bigger than ESG. And it's also very interesting to see how the two frameworks cooperate and get both integrated. So sustainable finance is my big passion, and I'm very happy to participate in this panel and get perspective from practitioners, which is very important.
Thank you. I've made a note. I'm going to ask you about the difference between ESG and SDG frameworks. So we'll come back to you on that one. Yeah. David, can I turn to you now, please?
Yeah, absolutely. So hi, I'm David Leis, co-founder of Ecologic and also founder of the Organization for Sustainable Consumption. In a nutshell, what we do, we help consumers to understand their environmental impact. And we do that by analyzing their purchase behavior. So we have built an algorithm that looks at your bank account and then can calculate how good or bad your purchasing behavior is actually reflecting on the environment. It's an initial way of building a bit more transparency towards consumers to really understand where I am, what is my footprint, and how can I quickly act on it. And luckily or sadly, pretty much everything we do in our life is somehow connected to a payment. So our bank account knows quite well our impact. And that's what we do in a nutshell. And I guess I will try to represent the consumer side a little bit in a framework discussion, because we think investments is a very, very interesting opportunity to also do as a form of climate action. And so do many consumers. But looking at what we have in clarity and frameworks, it's still very, very complex to really break it down. So yeah, happy to be here and happy to contribute.
Thank you. No, it's a good point. I mean, in terms of systemic look of this, I think that the role of the consumer is also very important as well. So we'll need some input on that. And Bathsheba, if I could turn to you now, please, just to introduce yourself.
Hi, how are you? Thank you so much for this opportunity. So my name is Bathsheba, and I work at the Amahoro Coalition, which is an African-led initiative to mobilize especially African companies to be more engaged in refugee economic inclusion. And our mission really is to harness the technical, financial, and the expertise, technical and financial resources of the private sector, as well as the expertise to be able to expand access to education and livelihood opportunities for forcibly displaced communities on the continent. And we were founded out of a need that you saw where you have very many companies in Africa that have the financial resources and the technical expertise to contribute to ESGs and to contribute to SDGs as well. But many of them are not in this space just because they lack a very good understanding of the role they can play in that space, or lack a very good understanding of the systems and just the systems and the potential and the returns. And so the coalition has been doing this work since 2019 to just fill in these gaps and act as a bridge for the private sector to get more companies involved in the ESG and SDG space, particularly focusing on displaced communities.
That's fantastic. I think we've got 4 very interesting viewpoints and all a little bit different. So what I'm going to do is go in the same order just to have the opening question. And for the audience, please do feel free. We have a Q&A box if you wish to put questions in there, and we'll pick those up. And if they're relevant, deal with them immediately, or we'll save some to the end. But I would encourage you to ask if you have something you would like to bring up. So Thomas, you're going to be first in line for the first question. So over the next few years, the world will be evaluating its priorities with respect to sustainable development. And I think there are 17 goals, and not all of them seem sometimes to be relevant. But what are you sort of from a particular investment perspective? But how do you frame that, and what are some of your priorities going forward?
Sure, great question. Look, our job as an asset manager is to help mobilize capital in the economy on behalf of our clients. We believe that mobilizing capital towards some of these investment opportunities is a tremendous challenge today. The IEA estimates we need to invest around $5 trillion per year in the energy system alone. That's nearly double or triple from where we are today. That requires a significant shift in how we think about where we allocate all of that capital to. Now, to drive that capital there, to drive it to the solutions, to the investments, to the companies, to the business models that can make a difference, influence, we first need to be able to identify them effectively. Of course, we can identify wind turbine manufacturers, solar panel manufacturers. Those are the slightly obvious, more obvious cases. We also need to identify the solutions that can help us decarbonize much more difficult sectors like shipping, like airlines, understand the technologies that are needed, and indeed also the behavior change that's needed. Not all of this will come from technological change. A lot of it will come from changes in consumer behavior, but there too, there may be solutions, there may be companies that help facilitate, that help drive that consumer change. Our priority is to create the opportunities for us to indeed invest in some of these opportunities in these parts of the economy by creating investment products targeting solutions related to climate change, related to the preservation of natural capital.
Can I just, one quick follow-up question, which might be relevant to David when we get to him, but to what extent do you think it's your role to educate as an investor, your clients?
It's probably what we're spending most of our time doing today. Look, these are very complex topics. When you talk to the average investor, their understanding of climate change, and when you talk about risks related to climate change, they think about some of the physical risks. What often is still being failed to be understood is exactly how quickly this transition to a low carbon and net zero economy is unfolding, and what exactly that's going to look like, what kind of businesses will be regulated away as a result of that, and which ones will be needing. And why actually from an investor perspective, it's not only about doing good, it's also in these investors' best interest to invest in a more sustainable economy, because that's ultimately the only kind of economy that's going to be able to survive.
Yeah, good point. So Anastasia, I can come to you. The same question. I mean, from your perspective, you know, the SDGs and priorities. What do you feel the priorities are?
Since I started researching the topic, since I started researching sustainable finance, I think priorities have been very nicely moving and evolving, and we've seen some tremendous progress actually, and we've seen some change from the very idealistic ideas of how we just need to build companies that are very sustainable from the beginning, to realization that the real progress will come from making more sustainable the companies that are already at the market. We don't need another green Coca-Cola, we need to make the existing Coca-Cola more sustainable. And some would argue that the only way to make Coca-Cola sustainable is for it to stop producing Coca-Cola. But that's also not the way forward. The way forward is finding some measured approach that can help companies make better impact, maybe both in terms of environment, in terms of society, look about their processes, look at their governance, and think whether their operations can start moving towards sustainability. That's already a change that we see in the industry. And I'm very happy when I see the rise in like brown and transition investments, when we start understanding that companies need to go this way, they need to work with their supply chains, and they need support, especially from financial institutions along the way. So I was very happy to see these trends evolving. And we start getting more and more frameworks. Like we started with the general CSR framework, talking about corporate responsibility. We moved to ESG, focusing specifically on environmental, social, and governance issues. And I think now we are moving towards embracing more global supply chain goals within sustainable development goals. And let's see how they will be implemented. But so far, in my view, even the COVID crisis has not affected the right direction in which the market is going.
Thank you. Yeah, you're not going to escape this session without talking about supply chains, by the way. So that's a future question coming everybody's way at some point. David, with the consumer, or from your perspective, I mean, what do you think the priorities are? What do we need to do?
I think the first, what we're currently always discussing is about, building frameworks in the sense of defining what is sustainable, what isn't, like having a different discussion between countries. Is nuclear power now sustainable and climate friendly? For sure, it does not produce CO2 and all of those discussions. So I think One is we need a clear guidance on what we as a whole society, not only divided into countries, consider as a climate-friendly environment or climate-friendly business. So we need rules about that. But I think one of the priorities that is always missed in this discussions is at the end, we're producing a lot of data, right? So if we took the example of turning Coca-Cola into more sustainable, we will build frameworks, they will follow those frameworks, and they will publish something on how they're going to achieve it. But what we don't have is a clear rule on how to access those information. You access this information as an asset manager to actually find out, okay, what have they done in measurements? Where are they? What do they still need to do? Same for consumers, right? I want to find very good environmentally friendly companies, but where are the data? How can I access this information? So I think a lot of time we're spending really on defining the rules, which is obviously very important in the first step. But this next step, when it comes to priorities, I think is how do we access those information? How do we make this information accessible for everyone and basically also screenable and companies accountable for what they publish? And I think this is one of the for me at least, biggest problems that we're facing when we want to help consumers understand where their money has the most impact. It's still very, very difficult to figure out where to invest the money. I think this is, so access to data is one, which I would say is one aspect which is very, very, very critical. And I'm a big fan of open data when it comes to all relevant information, because let's face it, sustainability is a society problem, right? So we need to solve it as a society. So I think I have a right of knowing when I buy a product how harmful or good it is for the environment. Obviously, if you look into supply chains, transparency, and so on, there's a lot of critical information from a business perspective that I might not want to disclose because I don't want to disclose my supplier or something like that. But I should be able to really have a full assessment on the products, and that needs to be accessible. And that's why I'm saying I think open data is the way forward to build this really underlying transparency. And maybe one last sentence from the consumer side. I think what's very interesting, usually when we're talking about investments, previously discussion was about risk versus interest, right? So I want less risk, a lot of interest. That was kind of the way I have to do. Now we have a third aspect, which is it good for the environment? So it's basically three engines I'm looking at. It's like risk, interest, and how good or bad is it for the environment? And what we see from consumers is, and working with a lot of asset managers, that they even say that pretty much over 70% of new contracts and investments they gain is all climate focused. So you can clearly say consumers value climate more than interest, for example.
Yeah. So again, I'm going to plant a thought which I'd like to come back to is sort of the question of whether the focus on climate potentially crowds out some of the other sustainable development goals as a result. But again, we'll come back to that. Bathsheba, can I come to you now? I mean, in terms of priorities from your perspective, what do you feel are those?
So for us, I think the priorities are closely tied to what everyone else has shared and then just adapted to our context. The first one for us is inviting people into the room to have this conversation and to promote open channels of communication between people who are already in the space, people who are interested in coming into this space, and people who may have been in this space but are doing it wrong. And so we find that in this, once you open these channels of communication and you build a community between companies that are seeking to engage and promote ESG frameworks and contribute to social issues in the spaces that they operate, you start seeing more impact and you start seeing more traction towards these efforts. And then the second part of it is tied to what David had shared, which is around information and data. There's still very little information around what's the actual situation on the ground, what are the market opportunities in some of these refugee hosting areas, for instance, and just what does it mean for my business to enter this community or to enter this area, and what should I expect? And so after we bring people into the room, I think that's the next step for us, where we, first of all, have to overhaul the misconceptions that people have about different social issues, because a lot of people and a lot of companies think this is the reserve of the government or of humanitarian organizations to address. And so one of the things that we do and that we promote actively is that the private sector also has a very big role to play in this space, and companies need to be involved in this space. Another misconception that we are trying to also change is that engaging in the social issues is not just a donation or CSR project. There are very many financial and strategic benefits that come out of it. And we find that once we start addressing some of these areas, then you can move to our next priority, which is around innovation. And if you're tracking, you'll know all of them are starting with I. And so the innovation one is now around co-creating solutions and promoting the collaboration between the people who are already in the room, people who are working with us, and even inviting others to join. And then finally, looking at how to influence policies and an advocacy angle to be able to create an enabling framework and incentives for more companies to enter into the space.
Thank you. So I'm going to imagine, I don't know who's in the audience, but I'm probably betting that most people in the audience in the panel, we all think that sustainability ESG is the right way to go, and that there isn't a trade-off between risk and reward. But in your work, Bathsheba, you sort of talk about, you sounds like you have to engage with quite a lot of people who are either unaware or choosing not to engage with the agenda. Do you find yourself speaking to people who don't agree with you a lot, or how does that work for you?
I think we find a lot of people who are cautious. And so just because they don't know, they don't want to engage, or they'd rather give a one-off donation because that's how a lot of companies have been operating. So it's not a move towards sustainability, but rather a donation to support education or a donation to support livelihoods. And so I think once you provide more information and once you explain what the opportunities are, then people move from being cautious to maybe being cautiously optimistic about the opportunities, and then you see a bit of progress. We haven't really faced a lot of opposition. I think people are just cautious about moving into unfamiliar spaces. Thank you.
So I'm going to collect sort of a lot of that information and frame a question. And Thomas, it's going to come in your direction first, just to give you a warning. So we've talked, what I've heard, perhaps a spectrum. We've got large companies at one end that have they have the resources and the capabilities to measure and report, etc. In fact, at the other end, the consumer that doesn't. The consumer needs to be given things. In the middle, perhaps you have SMEs that are keen but don't have the resources. And on top of this, reporting, there's that old saying, whatever gets measured gets managed. But to what extent, are you concerned about that we're just reporting and we're sort of measuring, but we're not actually having impact? And what kind of trade-offs are there between sort of the large companies and the small companies that need to be thought about?
All good questions, all good points. I think there's a few issues here. Yes, there's certainly still data gaps. On some of these topics we're interested in, whether it's issues related to climate change or deforestation or otherwise, very often the data that we would like to see being there simply isn't available. If we look at companies in the food sector, for instance, it's often very hard to fully understand their detailed supply chain, to really understand where the products are coming from. And sometimes the companies themselves don't even know. Indeed, the larger companies probably have a better understanding of that than some of the smaller and medium ones. That said, there's lots of things being done to improve that data. Open source initiatives to create supply chain transparency, and even direct observation. We, for instance, are using geospatial analysis, satellite imagery, to actually look around assets to see what's happening. And sometimes we can see deforestation happening around an asset, and that can feed into engagement, because it's not always malintent of companies. Sometimes they're actually not aware of it. Now, the way we translate that into impact, once the data is out there in the market, once it's clear that that exposure is very real, that starts to give a very strong market signal for us as investors. It also, in engagement, gives us something much more practical to engage on companies with. When we engage with a company to help them decarbonize, for instance, we don't just say, hey, we think you should reduce your carbon emissions. What we try to go to them with is some very specific ideas of the kind of business models we've come across in the market that we think are disruptive and are promising and can continue to be profitable, to help management along in their thinking as to how they can actually deliver on some of these key objectives.
Thank you. And I'm going to give you fair warning of a question that I'm going to come back to you on, is whether you think companies should be managing scope 3 emissions, but I'm going to give you time to think about that one in a minute. So I'm going to flip to David, then I'm going to come to Anastasia. So David, I wanted to come to you and again, take the consumer perspective. Again, who should be, should anybody or any kind of entity be helping the consumers with this sort of navigating all of the data and the complexity around this? I mean, should there be some more standards, or should governments have policies to sort of kind of enforce some sort of reporting, or what's necessary?
I think everyone has to play a part, right? So companies need to be more open about whether or not their products are harming the environment. We need standards around this, obviously, to kind of bring it into a form that is more readable or actually understandable, and not every company comes up with their own reporting and then we have the data, but it's just too difficult to actually automatically analyze the data. But it's also governments. I mean, obviously, I don't think the beauty situation where we're in is consumers want to change something. Consumers want to take action. Consumers demanding it from companies and governments. So clever companies are using it, and hopefully in the right way, not just greenwashing, because I think greenwashing will backfire very, very quickly. As when we're talking about, especially transparency, it's a lot of talking about trust, right? And if I misuse this trust in the first place, I might not get a second chance. So I think companies have to provide this information, and governments have to build a room, frameworks, and standards around it to make sure when there is something published, when there are information out there, we can all understand them. And we had this in several parts also. When you look at like food industries, there are certain guidelines on, I have to, at least I think in the EU it's standardized, I have to write down what kind of nutrients it has and ingredients it has, et cetera, et cetera. So it's the same with any product now. I want to know, from a consumer perspective, what happens if I buy product X, and is this good or is it bad? And I think I have a right to it, because I want to, as a consumer, I want to change, and I cannot change if I don't have this information. And so, yeah, I think every stakeholder needs to be involved. And I guess those that are already joining the conversations are the more clever ones, because they know what they're getting afterwards. Unavoidable, the situation where we're running into, and I rather educate myself. It doesn't matter if I'm a politician or a company, what is coming. And right now I'm in a very comfortable situation that we all know pretty much what is happening, and we are still in a center that we still don't know how. So if I don't know how, it's a great opportunity of kind of also define it a little bit. And I think this is where, at least from my perspective, from a consumer perspective, everyone needs to be involved and actively involved, yes.
Yeah, I guess you would hope that financial institutions support companies that sort of live this new way of working, if you like, or presenting themselves.
Absolutely.
Anastasia, can I come to you then? I'm going to pick you up on the sort of ESG versus the Sustainable Development Goals versus environment, social, and governance. I mean, clearly there's a lot of overlap. I mean, from your perspective, which one is a subset of the other one, or did they capture different things, or how would you explain it to somebody from your perspective?
Oh, thank you for the question. This is a very interesting thing to think about, all these frameworks that we have developed over these years, and whether they complement each other or they should be used as a supplement, right? Like whether they can substitute one another. The way I see ESG and Sustainable Development Goals frameworks, I think they are complementary and they talk about the same problems from different angles. However, Sustainable Development Goals clearly prioritize the E and S, the environment and the social goals. versus governance as more of an internal function of organizations is better captured by ESG framework, in my view. There has been a lot of discussion after COVID crisis that the S in ESG is moving forward and it's becoming the most important criteria of how companies will be judged going forward. And here I see exactly the link to sustainable development goals, that some of the problems raised in this set of goals have been really intensified during this period. So I think this trend towards stressing the importance of social within ESG is an attempt to integrate sustainable development goals within the companies. David was talking about the cooperation that is required between private sector and other civil society, government, or other market participants. And it's very important, I believe as well. If you think of sustainable development goals, there are 17 of them, and only one of them is explicitly talking about partnership. It's actually the goal number 17 that talks about the global partnership that is required to achieve all the 16 goals that have been offered for us. And from my research of sustainable banks, I know that those who do define themselves as sustainable, values-based, ethical, however you want to call it, they are very much community integrated, and they really care about not only their customers, but generally the communities in which they are embedded, and how their investments and how their business locally impacts the small community which relies maybe on the bank. And I did a research with the Global Alliance for Banking on Values, which is an international organization that unites about now 60 banks globally who define themselves as values-based. And my main takeaway from them was that partnership is the most important in setting yourself on the sustainability arena, who you partner with, who you prioritize, and how you treat your community. And I think both ESG and SDGs framework, they both talk about social, they both talk about community and whether companies can do something good for it. So whichever framework you want to focus on, just don't forget about SDG number 17, the partnership.
Or I should make a note. Just one quick follow-up question to that. So when you talk about banks, large banks and small banks, I mean, if you are a truly global bank that is funding all the large global corporations versus a in-country bank that runs a retail market, you do mortgages, you do car loans, etc. Isn't it a lot easier for a small bank to sort itself out if your starting position is a global bank and you're lending to steel, cement, and airlines, etc.? You're just starting from a harder position. So is it fair to sort of compare them like for like?
Don't know about comparing, but in my view, it's the other way around. It's much easier for big globally present banks to make a difference than for small banks. Why would I say that? Because to big banks, like the global ones, too big to fail, there are lots of instruments that are available, right? They are involved in traditional investments, in all the exclusion criteria, ESG integration, thematic and impact investing, and even philanthropy about sustainable development goals. They can be involved in all sorts of activities. If we talk about small community-based banks, they have much less of a variety of investments that is available to them. And moreover, some of the banks that I spoke to, they would say, they would give me examples that, for instance, they believe in supporting businesses that don't harm the environment and are really environmentally friendly. And then in their community, there would be a factory that is producing plastic swimming pools, like not the most environmentally friendly business you can imagine, but then it is the only factory that is providing job places for people living in the community. Would it be right decision to invest, to finance this production, or is it not? So small banks are faced with this kind of dilemmas.
Yeah, it's a huge question that will probably fill a whole day of another conference, actually. But however, Bathsheba, I'm going to ask you something related to that, though. Sure. When we think about, there's trade-offs between, they're not always the sustainable or the SDGs, or sometimes these goals are not in alignment. So actually you can reduce emissions, but you increase social stresses. And when you start layering on some of the experiences from COVID, et cetera, I mean, what do you, it's a big question, but I mean, from your experiences perhaps of the last 18 months, where do you see some of the stresses and strains in the system? So it's Bathsheba, here she comes, yeah.
I think, and I mean, just to first of all go back on the point that Anastasia mentioned about funding a bank that's creating employment, but at the same time its emissions and just its practices are not environmentally friendly. I think those are some of the challenges in this space that at the beginning, or at least at this point, a lot of compromise would need to be made. But as long as we're heading, I think, in a positive direction, we may just have to stress test some of these processes and then generally just move towards the right direction, because some of the trade-offs, I think you have to balance between what it's costing the system and also the impact and how it's affecting people's lives. So for instance, just with the example she gave, if you have an institution within refugee communities that's providing a lot of employment, there could be that incentive to fund just because of how it's enabling people's livelihoods, while at the same time having a conversation on the back end around how to work with the bank, or how to help the bank to be a bit more, how to help the organization to be a bit more environmentally friendly. When it comes to COVID and the impact of COVID, at least in our work and with the organizations that we've been working with, the results have been mixed. So we've seen some organizations take a step back from CSR efforts, because we all know when companies are financially strained, some of the main budgets that are hit are marketing and advertising and CSR, and mostly starting with CSR, then marketing and advertising, just because depending on the company, some may not see those as necessities. And we've seen that part of it where companies have taken a step back, and so companies are withdrawing or not willing to work with or engage with some of these social issues for the next few months. And in many countries across the continent, the pressure is not there yet for companies to be as ESG friendly or SDG friendly as it may be in other markets. So companies have that luxury of taking a step back and maybe coming into the space. But then on the other side of it, we've also seen companies that increased their CSR efforts, or companies that worked alongside governments and built partnerships with governments and other entities, because they understood that for them to be able to keep their operations, they have to contribute to the communities around them, and they have to support the communities around them to be able to survive the pandemic and mitigate the impact of the pandemic. So the results have been mixed, seeing both sides of the coin, but we're hoping that over the next few months, we'll see more companies moving towards a space where they're contributing to SDGs and ESGs, and they're forming partnerships with other people in the space to sustain the CSR efforts and to co-create solutions around some of the social impact issues that you're seeing.
Great, thank you. And just a reminder for anyone that's watching, if you do have a question, please put it into the Q&A box, and we will pick that up. David, I'd like to come to you then on the same kind of point. Now it feels like we've experienced not just COVID, but also some extraordinary weather events over the past 18 months as well. When you look at sort of for your mission in terms of helping the consumer and transforming things from that side, are we in a better place from that point of view now than we were 18 months ago? And what do you think some of the catalytic events have been?
The short answer, yes, absolutely. So little story. I started the journey 6 years ago, and 6 years ago, I had this idea, and I went back to London and speaking at a payment conference. And first time I talked about this connecting payments to build transparency for climate change, people looked at me and had a stroke on stage or something like that. They really didn't understand why those things are connected. And even right before the pandemic, we noticed a shift. Consumers are demanding more, and there's a little bit of interest popping up. But during the pandemic, our business skyrocketed. So we had 10 employees. We're now close to 60. So that's just one number to show you what's happening. The interest changed completely. So before that, we had educational sessions with banks, and they were kind of shopping for information, saying, oh, could be nice, could be interesting, whatsoever. Now we get really detailed research AFIs really asking for the last bit of information because they know what they have, and they most of the time also have budgets allocated to it. So you see how this has flipped, and I think it's also the consumer side. If you look at it, I think in the Western world, it's the first time, or after a very long time, that we actually experienced something that there might be a shortage of products, that our freedom on moving, on doing what we ever want is limited. And so I think that was the first time where people actually come and think, okay, something greater than myself is happening out there. And I actually have to be at home now. And then when you look at those weather catastrophes, I think it's even more extreme, right? People become homeless. People lost their entire homes and everything. And I think this is where it's clearly, this is nothing I can influence anymore. But then going back on a micro scale as a consumer, it's like, all right, I understand now we really have an issue. We really have a problem here that we need to solve somehow. And whatever I can do in my micro universe, I will most likely start to do. And so I think, coming back to the question, yes, it helped tremendously. And as the pandemic was a real, also a society catastrophic, but I think in terms of climate change, it has accelerated so much that I wouldn't say we should be grateful for it. I think that's a wrong terminology, but it has accelerated something, and I think that's a good outcome. So there's at least something very good coming out of it.
Yeah, no, I'd say a lot of those resonate with me. I mean, anecdotes are not data, but to recognize this sort of capacity constraints of what's out there is probably a new experience for many of us.
Yeah.
So Thomas, I'm going to come to you with the question that I promised you on emissions. I don't know to what extent everybody's familiar with the Scope 1, Scope 2, Scope 3, but crudely speaking, Scope 1 and Scope 2 are within the control of a company. It's the energy it consumes, it's the emissions it produces in its day-to-day business. Scope 3 are the emissions that happen up and down the supply chain. So potentially one of the big questions is, to what extent should companies be only managing Scope 1 and Scope 2, and to what extent should companies, particularly large companies, be held account for their supply chains in Scope 3?
Sure, we have a very strong view that indeed we need to look at a full life cycle of a company's emissions. And maybe the easiest example to use there is the food industry. If you look at food processing, it's actually not a very high carbon activity. Most emissions are linked to agricultural supply chains. Now, when it comes to consumers, when it comes to regulators, we don't particularly care whether the food processing was all that carbon intensive. What matters is whether what the ingredients that went into that food, did that come from sustainable supply chains, or did it come from high impact products like cattle herds? If you don't look at supply chain emissions, if you don't look at what's called these Scope 3 emissions, you wouldn't capture the difference between a plant-based burger and a traditional meat-based burger, for instance. So can a company control that? We think they can. They can start switching over their products to those alternative supply chains. And it's not only a matter of control or holding accountable. If these companies don't take action on this, they're simply going to face increasing demand-side risks. Consumers will move towards these new types of diets and will simply move away from these companies that are not starting to take account of their supply chain risks ultimately.
Thanks. Actually, I would like to share one thing. I've been doing a lot of work recently on food loss and waste, which is, if it were a country, would be the third largest emitter in the world. And actually, if you look across the range of sort of sustainability-linked loans and sustainability-linked bonds that are out there in the market, there are no bonds and a couple of loans. So the large food companies, etc., have not yet found a way to include this in their performance indicators. But it happens that, well, David probably knows this, that, huge consumer in the developed markets, it's the consumers, and in the developing markets, it's the supply chains and the infrastructure. So it's kind of a global problem, but somehow it seems to fall between the gaps, which is unfortunate. So Thomas, when you talk to your clients about this question of Scope 3, or in fact you talk to the companies themselves, I mean, is it seen as too much to handle, or what is the sort of your feel for how companies are reacting to that?
Look, of course, understanding scope 3 or the supply chain emissions is more difficult. You need a lot of transparency on supply chains. The tools that you need are therefore also difficult. You need to engage with your suppliers. You can't just commission an engineering study or put a solar panel on your roof. So we appreciate these things are more difficult and they will take more time, but we certainly need to start asking the right questions today. And to a large extent, we can already assess where these risks are located. We understand which industries are more or less exposed to either emissions linked to their own operations, emissions linked to the supply chains, or emissions linked to the use of their products, as is a key issue in the automotive industry, for instance. We understand where those challenges are. We understand where we need to focus our attention. We just need to get started.
Thank you. So, Bathsheba, I'm going to come to you now, and I'm going to give you a sort of a COP26 related question. So I think everybody should know by now that COP26 is coming up very soon. And for whatever reason, this is sort of held out to be sort of one of the most important COPs. It's not, there are many that's going to take place. If you could write the communique, and it has something in there that you need or you want, what would it have in it? What would you like to see them agree on?
I think it would be interesting to revisit incentives for the private sector to be more involved in this space. I think companies are making the move to be involved in this space, but incentives go a long way in getting more companies involved in this conversation and getting more companies contributing to ESGs and contributing actually to the climate change agenda. So I think the more incentives and just revisiting what incentives you have for companies to be more engaged would be very helpful in moving the agenda forward.
Yeah, so I think one of the things I've read, I mean, to the extent that countries put in their net zero targets, actually to sort of start to fill in the blanks and actually explain how their nationally defined contributions that have come down and allow that to drive policy, that would be a nice systematic change. And Anastasia, from your perspective, I mean, are there any particular priorities you would choose to have COP agree on, or what kind of outputs you would like to see?
Well, if we talk specifically of this meeting of the COP, I think this is a really nice space to keep talking about the partnership and the importance of participation from private sector in driving change in financial industry and generally driving progress towards sustainable development goals. One other point would be interesting to focus on is that in the coming decades, we will see the largest transfer of wealth from baby boomers to millennials. So different generation will get in charge mostly. And I think it's about $30 trillion we're talking about that will be transferred. And wealth transfer is a big question that will have impact on us achieving sustainable development goals. It will have tremendous impact on how we understand governance within organizations. So my personal priority would be not to focus only on social impact, which received a lot of attention recently, but to keep focusing on all three, on environment, social, and governance. There are still a lot of problems to be solved in each one of them. And still a lot of progress to be made, and only supporting each other, different sectors can achieve that. So that would be my takeaway.
Yeah. Thomas, if I could turn to you, I mean, I'm not even sure, maybe your organization is participating in some events around this. I'm not, be interested to know how you're engaged or what you would choose to have come from it, if you could.
Yes, indeed. We're hosting a number of events that are all focused around educating, indeed, investors around how you might look at some of these challenges through your portfolios and otherwise. We're also quite keen to emphasize around COP that it's, again, as I mentioned earlier, not only about climate, but wider nature risks. What we would really like to see come out of COP are clearer roadmaps, if you will. At the moment, many governments are setting targets, net zero targets. That's a good start. What we really need to know is how we're going to get there. What technologies are we going to invest in? Are we going to go the technological route or the more demand side route? Are we going to put taxes on petrol and meat, or are we going to invest in hydrogen and carbon capture? That is pretty relevant for us to know. Until we have that clarity, it becomes quite difficult for investors to allocate capital in the right opportunities. So that transparency is very much needed.
Yeah, and David, I have to complete the set and ask you exactly the same question, just to make sure we have everyone's views. So, relevance of COP to you.
I think treat impact measurements, whatever you want to call it, the same way you treat taxes from a governmental standpoint. So if I'm required to fully fill my taxes once a year from a company perspective, have the same measurements on building transparency on the impact side, then I'm pretty sure a lot of companies will move very, very quickly to provide the necessary information that we all need. So I think it's a long shot, but if we get the same importance on getting the same fines on if we're not paying our taxes and the same way we have to report our environmental impact, then I think the sector will, or all sectors will move very, very quickly. And on the same hand, also treat it as a transition, right? So there won't be perfect, because it's a chicken egg problem on all sides. We all need to build frameworks, we need to build transparency, we need to become very more clarity, but we have to get started. There is just no excuse anymore to do nothing, and forcing everyone to get started, I think, is what would be the right outcome.
Great, thank you. So what I'm going to do is just ask a couple more questions, and we do have actually one in the Q&A, so let me just have a quick look at that. So the question we have from Kevin Kaya: what role do startups play in innovating for ESG or SDGs? Big companies often struggle to innovate, but they have the profit motive to scale to make real impact. So small companies can innovate, large companies could, but they need to scale. Who would like to have a volunteer to field that one first of all on the role of innovation and small companies? Go on, David, you're on.
Happy to jump in. Being a startup myself, I might speak out of a bubble, but I see tons of innovations coming from smaller companies, just tackling the problem. And especially in our case, I mean, we're a small startup and we're always speaking to the big financial giants. I think it's a win-win. And coming back to what Anastasia said, it's all about partnership, right? No one knows how we should tackle this problem. So we all need to figure it out together, because everyone, and I think this is a very unique situation, it was never on a global scale, we never had the same issue, regardless where I'm born and where I'm coming from and whatsoever. It all affects us at the same time, pretty much at least. And I think this is where partnerships becomes very natural thing, because we don't know how to solve it, so let's get started. And yes, I think a lot of good innovations coming from the startup sectors, and corporates have the resources, the startup don't, but startups have brilliant ideas that need to be scaled. So don't look at them as an enemy, look at them as a friend that you can help to scale, and I'm pretty sure both sides will actually win from it. And then it's a win-win-win for the startups, for the corporates, and for the environment. So I think yes.
So actually, as you've been told, I just want to frame that question. I'm going to point it at Thomas, actually. So if you think about large oil companies, are some of the largest investors in renewable energy. And I believe I saw a pie chart from an International Energy Authority conference where the investment was massive, but it was only 1% of the total R&D that was going in, and a lot of it still goes into traditional fossil fuels. So how do we reconcile that in our minds?
Look, it's easy to get confused by big numbers, right? It's always easy to publish a big number of the billions of investment that go into this. But indeed, as you say, you have to look at it as part of the larger picture. By and large, what's needed is a clear understanding of exactly what is sufficient, not just what is sort of impressive. We understand exactly how quickly investment in renewable energy needs to scale up. We also understand the roadmaps to 2 degrees or 1.5 degrees and what that implies for the rapid scale down of investments in oil and gas. So that is something measurable that we can compare these companies' investments against. Indeed, we need to applaud that some of these companies might try to move in the right direction. At the same time, we recognize very few of these companies, if any, are where they need to be today.
Great, thank you. So what I'm going to do now is just come around and ask for sort of closing thoughts, really. If you'd like to comment, Anastasia and Bathsheba, on the innovation part, please do. And perhaps, Anastasia, can I start with you, please, to sort of closing thoughts, key messages you would like people to take away from our discussion today for you?
I think it was a very interesting discussion. For me, it was very important to see different perspectives from people who see market from different angles. In terms of small business and their role in achieving both sustainable development goals and promoting innovation, I agree with David, and I think that a lot already is happening, and small companies do innovate a lot. Whether the innovations can be scaled or not, that's a different story. And I agree with Thomas as well that we need to be very careful when we chart the direction where we are going, because we do understand the direction. We need a roadmap of how we will get there. So roadmap will be the focus, and goals need to be achievable. They need to be measurable, and they need to be possible to report upon, so that so that we can create a shared understanding, and that would be a good basis for partnership and getting private sector, small business involved.
Thank you. And Bathsheba, maybe I could turn to you now with your closing thoughts.
Thank you so much. And I agree with what Anastasia said around having a clear roadmap and making these goals measurable, because that's the only way you can track and see what's happening. And on the comparison, just to one brief comment on the comparison between small organizations and startups and big organizations. For us in the refugee space, what we've seen actually is that smaller organizations are acting as feeders into the large organizations. So they work more closely with refugees, especially when refugees don't have all the documentation and don't have everything that they need. And then after a while, refugees transitioned into having bank accounts, or just being able to access and work as being able to access and be clients of large organizations. So there's a very, very interesting relationship between small organizations and the large organizations operating in this space. And just as one last remark, this year we'll be hosting the inaugural Africa Private Sector Forum on Forced Displacement. It's going to be in Kigali, Rwanda, but people can also join virtually. So I'll post the link in the chat box, and hopefully you'll be able to join us at that event. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Please do post that link. David, do you have any closing thoughts or comments you would like to make? Key messages.
Key messages. I think partnerships. Let's get started. You know, no one knows the recipe, so let's get started somewhere. And along the way, we will figure out how to do it properly. So yeah, let's get started and look for partners in crime to go along the way.
Yeah, less talking, more action. I think that's
Exactly.
a good plan. So not that I'm trying to wrap the session up or anything. So Thomas, final comments from you.
Sure, I think it's been summarized pretty well by everyone. Our focus is, let's keep the focus broad. Let's keep in mind all these different challenges. Let's keep in mind all of this is about a direction of travel, about understanding what a direction of travel should look like, exactly how quickly we should be traveling down some of these roadmaps. And see you at COP26.
Great. Look, thank you. I'd like to thank all the panel. Actually, it was really interesting. Some really good, strong, clear messages about the transition, the measurement, the accountability, the reporting, etc. And also, I'm curious. I can't get this idea of green cola out of my head now, so I shall think about that one. But yeah, thank you very much for your time. It was really interesting, and I very much enjoyed this conversation. I think it is my job now to hand back to Sudha as the host for the event, and then to transition into the next panel. So I think we just wait for Sudha to appear.
Thank you.
Yes, thank
Super.
you. Thank you, everyone. That was a really exciting session with some really powerful insights. We will move now on to our next panel, and the speakers will be joining us in a moment. But just some quick thoughts on the discussion that we've all just listened in on. It was about ESG frameworks for ESG frameworks. And it was quite exciting because we had a really diverse mix of speakers participate in that discussion. We had large multinationals, we had businesses in the social sector. So it was a really good mix. Going forward, we will start the session on enabling grassroots ecosystems to unlock new markets. And we have quite an exciting lineup of speakers here. As the session starts, I would hand over to the moderator, Dr. Raymond Gilpin, who's the Chief Economist for UNDP Africa. And I'd also like to thank UNDP as our expert partner for this session. Dr. Gilpin, the floor is all yours.
Thank you so much, Ugo, and thank you all for joining. I'm not sure if all the panelists for this session have been transferred, but I'm sure that they will be in short order. But I really appreciate you all joining this session on enhancing grassroots ecosystems to unlock new markets. My name is Raymond Gilpin, and I'm the Chief Economist and Head of Strategy Analysis and Research at UNDP's Africa Bureau in New York. We are very proud to be partnering with the EU Business School for this panel, and look forward to what I believe would be a very insightful and engaging time. The last 18 months have been a period of great disruption and unprecedented opportunity across the world. The COVID-19 pandemic has cost millions of lives. It's decimated livelihoods of many, and it has been a major constraint on global trade and also on entrepreneurship. Recent UNDP research on the economic consequences of the pandemic in Africa indicates that the economic effects would be felt across the continent for over a decade. And so this is a long-term challenge. The World Bank also estimates that millions of Africans have been pushed back into extreme poverty. At the same time, this period presents a great opportunity for the world, and Africa in particular, to build forward stronger, smarter, more equitably, and more sustainably. It's a unique opportunity for us all to take a pause and think about how we could reset and rebuild better. This January also witnessed the coming into force of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, which is a bold continental initiative that aims to bolster trade and also revitalize economic development through purposeful regional integration. However, emerging from a COVID-induced difficult state and capitalizing on the new opportunities I talked about presents us with strategic challenges. How do we move away from decades of unequal and relatively jobless growth to a new model that delivers for everyone, particularly to those at the bottom of the wealth pyramid? Another challenge we have is what constitutes value, particularly for grassroots and non-formal sector individuals and firms. UNDP's new strategic plan identifies structural transformation as a key direction of change necessary if countries are to be able to get back on track to attain the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. A critical component of such change is rethinking our approach to value, understanding what value is at the grassroots and how we, as a development community, as development thinkers, and as entrepreneurs and investors, could help enable ecosystems that will unlock these new markets. There's a sense of urgency, and we need to do this now and get it right. Data from the African Development Bank reveals that while over 10 million African youth enter the job market annually, the continent only provides roughly 3 million jobs each year. This means, in essence, that we are leaving 7 million Africans behind every year. This new approach to value is important if we're to promote business and business opportunities that have the triple bottom line as the defining foundation. This point is also made emphatically in UNDP's 2020 Human Development Report, which highlights the importance of incorporating the effects that we're having on the planet on both development prospects and also also investment and finance for development, and also the enhancement of prospects across the globe. As you can see, this is a very complex issue. So we're honored to have an excellent panel who would help us unpack some of these complex challenges. I'm going to introduce the speakers briefly and before they speak. But let me start with Jesper Hornberg, who is co-founder of GiveWhat's and lead of innovation and scaling at the GRP Incubator. Jasper, welcome, and thank you so much for joining us today. My first question to you, given the challenge that we are facing globally, and that we're trying to focus on in this particular panel, how do we enhance grassroots ecosystems to unlock new markets? In your view, what challenges do innovators face, and how do they overcome these barriers to growth in developing economies?
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for having me here. It's quite a privilege to be on a panel like this. To answer your question, I've been active in Sub-Saharan Africa for the past 15 years, setting up, running, and then supporting other businesses, not my own. And I think I've come to the conclusion that we're looking at it wrong sometimes. We look at it as a finite game, where in reality it's an infinite game. There is no real ending, as in what is success? You talked about value. I think that's a very important point. What is success in this case? What would it mean if we say that an entrepreneur, an innovator has been successful? So I think we need to look at that a little bit, just to your point. The other sort of framing comment I would also give is that I think that we've seen a paradigm in place for quite some time that has been heavily influenced by a more traditional NGO approach to things. So I think that has stopped entrepreneurs from developing. It has stopped innovators from evolving their ideas, and you haven't seen a natural and I think healthy cycle grow and develop in the ecosystem, where you have the right skill sets and so develop in your team and in the ecosystem as such. And then I think the expectations are wrong. There has been no overnight success anywhere on the globe when it comes to building big successful businesses and creating jobs as a consequence of that. It takes time. So the funding cycles that we have seen that are quite short, I think those are also problematic. Now, we've seen a shift with a lot of VCs and other investors come into the space, but that's really in the last 7-8 years, you've seen that take up a bit. But still, to this day, we have less investment going into Africa VC than you have into research into vehicles in Europe. As in, we're not talking big numbers in Africa yet. We need to see a huge increase in what we invest, both in terms of funding, but also in terms of skills and capabilities and so on. I look at it as external factors and internal factors. Internal factors for the innovators. So the ecosystem, as you say, is weak. That needs to strengthen. A lot of the funding that has come over the past, say, 15 years, it has ended up with non-African entrepreneurs, as in 95%. That's very unfortunate. I think we need to shift money over much more to local entrepreneurs for a number of reasons, and I'll come to some of them. I think there's also a misunderstanding somewhere about the size of the market. The market is massive, but the market looks different. You can't use the same mathematical formulas as when you calculate the size of a market in a European market. You need to look at it differently because you have a huge part of the population that is marginalized, and they don't have the spending power and so on. And I see very often when I work with entrepreneurs and I review applications for funding that it's mentioned, but it's only lip service. I think the real understanding is still missing. We're also trying to address big problems here. Some of these innovations that I see are massive, and it's not a marginal innovation, it's massive. So it will take a bit longer, it will take more time and more effort to make it happen. You need to have a patient and phased approach of funding that I haven't really seen. I think actually UNDP is one of the exceptions, and there are a few more, but not many. I also think the spin is wrong. So we talk a lot about, oh, it's bubbling over here, or that's growing really fast. It is bubbling for sure. But I think that's an unfair spin to give it. I think you need to look at things like we're getting a better understanding of what we're trying to fix now, of the problem. We're building the right skill set. These entrepreneurs that we are now supporting are gradually becoming better at what they do simply by doing it over and over again. I mean, why do we expect someone to be really good at something unless they've tried it before? Which is an expectation that is a bit skewed, I find, in Africa. The internal problems is skills. You need to have done something for a while. You need to have the right training and so on. So we need to invest a lot more in the skills and capabilities. Focus of understanding the customer, focus on understanding the value chain. What is it that you're trying to build? On the value chain, you also need to be pretty good at the whole value chain in a lot of African economies, because of the lack of ecosystem, you don't have the professional services, you don't have the suppliers and the distributors and the logistics solutions and so on. So you need to build all of those. That's hard. You need leadership. I think you need leadership globally, but I think it's worth investing more in leadership and the confidence that can give someone, because the ability to get all of these things done, it's definitely there. It's the confidence and the experience and resting in that's lacking sometimes. And my final point, a lot of the innovators and entrepreneurs that I work with, they are pretty marginalized themselves, as in they have a heavy burden to carry. If something happens to a family member, they will need to support them. I've been an entrepreneur myself. I am an entrepreneur myself. It takes all of me, you know. I don't have a margin. I can't, like, if my mom has an issue, it's going to affect my business. And I think that's true also in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jesper. You've highlighted a number of very excellent points about moving away from the traditional approach to the ecosystem. And I also liked your points on messaging, getting the messaging right, patient and phased approaches to financing, and also scaling up. Because yes, there is a huge market, and the AFCFTA is likely to expand the possibilities and potential of this market, but it is still fragmented. You do have 55, entities vying for these investment flows. Could you give us one just brief example of either a country or a sector that you think is getting it right?
It's a journey, right? So I think some countries or companies or sectors are on their way to getting it right, but I think it's a continuous evolution. The classic example people bring up is solutions built around digital money and so on. I agree that is quite a good example, and you can see, for example, in Kenya that there's a lot of IT players that are getting ahead of the regional game when it comes to that. So that's positive. There's a lot of investment and a lot of evolution, and I think we're on generation 5 now when it comes to renewable energy companies working on different things. So I think those would be that. There's a lot of good lessons to be learned by looking at those. I think what's missing very often is the obvious ones. In the previous panel, someone talked about food and the carbon of that. I think I'm not talking about carbon here, but I think it's a shame, disgraceful even, that we haven't seen a good solution being able to scale to provide something like that. So there are still areas where more work is needed. But if I should give just one sector in one country that I've seen develop a lot over the past 20 years, maybe it's distribution in East Africa, particularly Kenya.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jesper. Let me now turn to Sarata Konate, who is CEO of Gambia's Chamber of Commerce. Jesper just talked about this ecosystem and the importance of understanding it. And you, Sarata, are very close to the ecosystem in the Chamber of Commerce in the Gambia. Traditionally, chambers of commerce focus on the large formal sector type of business entities. Could you speak a little bit about what you see being done at the grassroots in Gambia and also in Africa, and what could be gained by expanding access to SMEs and startups?
Thank you again for the kind introduction, and good morning from the Gambia to my fellow panelists. We're very happy to be here to speak a little bit about our experiences. I hope everyone can hear me. Okay, thank you. Raymond, I think that description of chambers of commerce, particularly West African chambers of commerce, is very apt and very reflective of what we're going through right now. Typically, we cater more towards the larger companies. And this is even more so for the Gambia Chamber of Commerce, especially because we only have one Chamber of Commerce. We don't have them in the various regions for now. All the regions belong to this main Chamber of Commerce, which happens to be in Bijilo, which is in the urban area closer to Banjul, which is the capital. So it's very, it's likely that our services are mostly directed to these bigger companies that happen to be within this ecosystem. However, the need to venture further has been part of our plans and is even more necessary now more than ever during and post-COVID that we all seem to be navigating within. What we've done in terms of trying to expand, we faced two, I don't know whether this is typical, but two very stark challenges. One was huge intimidation from the grassroots or from communities that we would visit. We have 6 regions in the Gambia. And every time we would visit as a Chamber of Commerce, as a staff or as a group, the intimidation was very clear. Even where we spoke in respective local languages, the accommodation was not as welcoming. The second stark challenge we faced was that the package that we're trying to sell to ensure that they belong to our chamber or to their chamber, which is the only chamber, was not adaptable. It couldn't be understood by the groups that we were working with. So we had to come back and then start over again using different methodologies. And one way I can explain in terms of not only a breakthrough, but also a gain, is we have just launched a challenge fund for women entrepreneurs. And we deliberately, and it's of $1 million. It's not a huge amount of money, but we are doing it in partnership with the EU-funded Youth Empowerment Project, which will end sometime in 2022 here in the Gambia. And also the Peace Building Fund that also currently runs or currently implemented in the Gambia by the ITC, the International Trade Center. So we deliberately designed the Challenge Fund for access and eligibility, but also nominations to come from the regions, and 20% of it would come within the urban areas here. And that automatically makes it necessary and imperative to ensure that we venture into the regions, explain it thoroughly, extensively, using all tools we used in this scenario. After launching, we've had to use the PBF, which only deals with conflict areas within the communities. We've had to use women groups that may not necessarily be part of our chamber, but are already based and are already strongholds within these communities. We've had to use community development centers, which already have existing executives and have done so well in terms of articulating messages and opportunities that come from our region here to those regions. So that's exactly what we've had to do, but that's just one challenge. And we're hoping that similar interventions such as this, especially deliberately targeting regions, ensure, because without venturing in and rebranding whatever you're trying to sell, your goal or your objective would not have been met. If you already have a clear objective of trying to get representation and nominations of 80% in the regions, and you sit within the Greater Banjul area here where I am, it's not going to work. So you're forced to ensure that within your design, the necessary resources and tools are made available in these regions for them to access or to improve accessibility. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those very practical remarks about not just the importance of a strategic approach to expanding the market, particularly at the bottom of the wealth pyramid, but also the different modalities and partnerships that make this possible. To our audience, if you have questions for our panelists, please go to the bottom of your screen and click the Q&A tab and have them there. And so we'll have time to, I hope we'll have time to pose as many of your questions to them as we possibly can. But now let me turn to Raghunath Mandava, who is the former CEO of Airtel Africa. You've heard Jasper talk about the ecosystem, some of the challenges, the importance of patient and phased approaches, also some of the on-the-ground realities with the Chamber of Commerce in the Gambia. And you have been at the helm of a company in one of Africa's fastest growing economic sectors in recent years. And a significant proportion of the growth in mobile telephony in Africa has been in the non-formal sector. First of all, what do you think accounts for this success? And are there any lessons we could learn from this as we think through how to expand the market in Africa and how to enhance these grassroots ecosystems?
Thank you, Raymond. Glad to be on this panel. One of the critical things, I've been in Africa for almost 6 years, 5.5 years. And one of my key observations is some of them is what Jasper said. Firstly, when we built telecom or most businesses, the models were mostly European models tried to be fitted into Africa. Second, we always thought that Africa is a small market and how are we going to build on this? Third was, and as Jasper said, most of the partners that we were working with were actually European and other partners who set up branches and divisions here. They were actually non-African because the scale required and the financials required was very high. There are two specific things when we did. First is we brought in technology to bring in data. One of our big realization is mobile telephony with voice alone does not serve the business purpose until data comes in. And in a continent like Africa, if it is a huge continent with large distances and poor infrastructure, you very often need to bring in much later technology that is adaptable rather than secondhand and old technology. So at that time, the board and all of us decided that we will reswap our entire networks into a 4G, what we call a single RAN 4G network, in order to build a hugely scalable business. Today, we are one of the companies which the Airtel, which I was working in, is almost 80-85% of our networks are 4G. There are quite a few countries where almost 90%, 95% of population is covered by 4G. Data availability and bringing data pricing down had been very critical. End of the day, if you want a small SME to work in a small town, it's not enough to have voice. They are communicating, they are sharing information, and data flow has to become cheap. Today in Sub-Saharan, where we are working, most countries are, the cost of data is actually far lower than in Europe or in any other part of the world, except perhaps a few countries in Asia. The reason being that unless you make it affordable and mobile technology is the only place of reach. So getting the right technology, the new technology, and expanding data deep in is very critical for the growth of the informal sector. The second is our big learning is on the distribution system or reach. One of the things when Jasper said is very true. We assume that the whole informal channel takes on the business and does it. Let us look at a simple thing like a mobile money or someone selling a SIM card or a recharge coupon. You expect a young unemployed lad, and as you said, the employment is so low, there is a huge underemployment. The first indication is when you drive on a street, when so many people are trying to do selling bananas or selling water bottles or tissue papers, it's all underemployment. They're ready to work. They borrow a little money from someone and start trying to establish a business. And whenever a brother or someone falls sick, this money goes out of the business and they break down. The system is not sustainable. So we had to bring in a few people whom we could trust and create small-time franchises or operations that we could build in a localized area. Logistics and security still being the issue, you have to create localized area. That means deeper intensive management from our side. And when we could do this, and this franchisee had to go and run a model. The third area is you want the poor to come out of. They are without any social security measures. They are living in dire circumstances. And some of the expectation is that they'll find a solution out of their problems themselves. It doesn't work. I think companies like us have started working on creating the right model for them to grow their business. And I think once you are able to get in their finances, fixed finances, and if you can get their finances in the business away from the issues that happen on their personal life, and then make them do it with credit and other mechanisms, then you see those small, medium enterprises flourishing. These small enterprises is what we try and work with. And that means we have to make them local. Our intensity of management has to go up. And that is when we see both a growth for ourselves and companies like us, and also the informal sector picking. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, and not just talking about how you got to understand a different ecosystem and knowing that the European models wouldn't work, and the practical things that you did. But one thing you didn't mention was risk. And how do you mitigate risk in an ecosystem where information asymmetries are a challenge, and also where you are, learning as you're going along?
The key thing that you have to understand is that you have to have a belief, and telecom is one such business. See, telecom services have always been what I call giffen goods, which are a cheaper alternative to some alternative or a lower cost alternative than all of us flying down into one place in Europe. So telecommunication, even for the poorest of poor, is a given good. When they are talking to their aunt in another village or their business partner in Kampala from a small town in northern part, they're actually saving cost. And if that is a fundamental belief of people like us in the telecom business, that if you are a given good, that risk of the business being available or the business is not there. The critical challenge for us is to find the right operating model. And that is where we need, not only for us, but for all our partners and SMEs who work with us. Helping them crack the right operating model is our game. And that's exactly what we do. And I tell my teams that, your job is actually less working for Airtel. It's working for your partners to make them find a right operating model so that they are profitable and it's a win-win. Any of those systems break down with your partners, it actually finally affects us. So finding models for the partners and the smaller SMEs is a very critical part of large corporations' jobs.
Thank you so much for that elaboration. Indeed, Africa's business ecosystems are quite diverse. And one aspect of this diversity are what we in UNDP call the borderlands, areas that are very far away from major cities, which have often been traditionally marginalized by both public and private investors. It's a pleasure to have my colleague, Zainu Umar, who is team leader for UNDP's Africa Borderland Center, here with us. Zainu, why do you believe it's important to emphasize business opportunities in Africa's borderlands? And what do the ecosystems look like there?
Thank you very much, Raymond, as a moderator, and good morning, good afternoon, colleagues and panelists. I'm very happy to be part of this panel. So maybe before directly go into the questions, your questions, maybe it is a little bit important to give a background about this geographic settings and how Africa Borderland Center was established to address the multidimensional challenges of these settings. The Africa Borderland Center was actually established in November 2019 as a knowledge innovation and program implementation initiative of UNDP to ensure that remote, far-flung borderland communities are not left behind in the journey towards the attainment of the Agenda 2030 or the SDG. The context of Africa Borderland is very dynamic, with the coexistence of innovation and resilience on the one hand, and poverty, violent conflict, climate change impact, low level of service delivery, limited statehood, and actually multiple vulnerabilities on the other hand. Though a sizable number of Africa borderlands are centers of commerce, most of them are in remote, far-flung, difficult to access and infrastructure deficient locations. In spite of their challenges, the borderland serves as centers of trade and commerce, contributing to GDP, food security, livestock value chain, and job creation in many African countries. They have huge potential to support acceleration of inclusive development in Africa. However, lack of adequate attention by policymakers and program developers to this geographic region created the unlikely situation of tapping those huge potentials and attract investment that benefits the communities of Africa borderlands. The Africa Borderlands Center actually exists to fill those critical gaps, elevate the voice of the borderland, amplify innovations in the pockets of effectiveness that exist in the borderland regions, and curate this into sustainable development solution applicable to marginal spaces. To go directly to your questions, with this background, actually the importance of emphasizing business opportunities in the borderlands is that the first reason, actually rational, is the presence of large market potentials in Africa borderlands. the potentials of informal cross-border trade, most of which occur in the borderlands by unregistered groups and individuals, is not yet fully explored. For instance, there are several evidences actually to this. For instance, UNCTAD estimates that ICBT accounts for 30 to 40% of the total intra-SADC trade, with an estimated value of 17.6 billion. So ICBT also accounts for substantial proportion of interstate trade in Central and West Africa. So this sector, if it is well supported, definitely it could be a game changer for food security, GDP growth, and livestock value chain development on the continent. So it is important to emphasize actually this sector. Second, in Africa borderlands, the need for actually inclusive development is very high. So ICBT is driven by community-based groups, the pool funds, engage in locally defined, locally defined risk mitigation, and oftentimes ensures that most vulnerable persons are protected through local savings and cooperative groups, burial societies, and others. These informal groups account for most of the social protection initiatives that have helped the borderlands to build resilience against multiple vulnerabilities, such as violent conflict, famine, drought, climate change impact, and others, and have continued in business. So the resilience of the ICBT is built around the social networks, kinship ties, traditional values, time-tested informal socio-economic infrastructures that have served generations of local entrepreneurs. These structures serve as counterbalance against the exclusion of the sector from capital infrastructure support and other state-facilitated social protection programs. The trust and social capital developed by this informal group would be leveraged by the formal sector to further enhance their competitiveness. So in terms of practical steps, we believe that to actually respond to these sectors properly, I think one area that we proposed is injection of blended de-risked funding. So studies show that to meet the SDG in Africa, approximately 7 trillion private sector capital needs to be unlocked, including in Africa borderlands, and blended finance could prove to be the catalytic capital from from public to philanthropic sources to de-risk transactions and improve their risk-return profile, allowing for increased private sector investment. Already, blended finance has helped Africa to mobilize up to 50 billion private sector funds for development, about 55% of which was dedicated to micro, small, and medium enterprises. Most of this funding will not be actually utilized in the borderlands due to the high risks involved. Therefore, there should be a coordinated effort by development and private sector actors to de-risk micro, small, and medium enterprises and traders so that the borderlands can also benefit from these funding sources. The second important practical step that we propose is capacity development to improve access to finance. In this, I would like to highlight 3 important points. Development actors and the private sector may support borderland MSMEs and informal traders in developing capacity to meet the very technical and legally demanding eligibility creditworthiness requirements set by banks and other financial institutions to improve their access to finance. Specific facilitation activities should be jointly organized to support business to prepare the registration, documentation, development of alternative credit scoring mechanisms that accommodate vulnerable businesses. There are also The other very important point is there are also enormous opportunities to leverage digital technology to improve market access and thus enhance profitability of a small business as well. If only partners will invest in the capacity of startup tech companies will willing to work with rural borderland communities. The other very important point, the third important point in this regard in terms of capacity is partners may also provide seed funding for the most vulnerable borderland businesses that have suffered from the socio-economic impact of COVID-19 and other similar vulnerabilities. So the third actually practical step that we propose is that export diversification and product sophistication. We believe in that concerted efforts are required by both UNDP and other partners to improve the capacity of ICPT traders to develop a specific value chains where they have comparative advantage in order to provide more jobs, improve their earnings, and prevent the overproduction of primary goods that may be compelled to sell cheaply due to market situation. Specific competitiveness initiatives in this regard may include assets acquisition, value chain development, networking, and other policy advocacy. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Zainu, for giving us those insights into some of the challenges and again pathways that we could find in marginalized areas like borderlands. You mentioned potentials for rethinking financing and financial flows. You highlighted blended financing and the importance of de-risking some of these areas. As I said earlier, we do have time for a little bit of an interaction with the panel. And so if you have questions for the panelists, please write them in the Q&A section and we would ask them. But let me go back to you, Jesper. You have over 15 years in the investment space in the continent, etc. As far as the unlocking of new markets are concerned, you spoke quite eloquently earlier about the importance of targeted investments, getting the messaging right, and also understanding the ecosystem. Is there anything in particular that gives you hope?
Absolutely. I'll tell you a personal story to illustrate it. It's very brief. When I came to Kenya the first time, 1999, some circumstances led me to a hotel where I ordered a cup of tea, and I was brought a cup of orange juice. And I said, that's not what I wanted. And after 5 minutes, we came to the conclusion that there was no tea available. It was just uncomfortable telling me that there was no tea available. There was a lack of pride, I sensed. This is a sensitive subject, but when I'm there now, I sense a complete shift in attitude. And that gives me enormous hope, because I think it comes from having the confidence to try these things out, knowing that one can do it. That's the most important aspect of creating a healthy, vibrant ecosystem. And I see that now. I see it a lot in Nairobi. I see it in many other countries too, but I live in Nairobi, so that's where I see it the most. So with that in place, that's the hardest thing to create, I think. But with that in place, providing the support, and I think it was very, very relevant points by all panelists, but one jumped out at me from Raghunath, that we're talking about de-risking by working together, supporting each other, and that needs to happen. And once that happens, and you have the confidence and you dare to fail, because you're not going to be successful in your first venture as an innovator or an entrepreneur, you're not. If you are, it's pure luck and you didn't learn anything along the way, and your next one might not be as successful. To get that track record under the belt of everyone, knowing that they can continue to move forward and that they have these amazing sets of opportunities to develop something, I think that gives me tremendous hope. Another reason that I find hope is that we don't need to, and I think the telecom sector has really proven that in Africa, we don't need to do it the same way we did it in other places. We can invent new ways of getting, understanding the relevance of data, for example, or mobile money, and how that completely leapfrogs several different steps that we've seen Europe and the US take, and so on. So that gives me tremendous hope. I have more reasons, but others should also talk.
No, thank you so much, Jesper, for those insights. Sarate, you are really close to the action, and thinking about an ecosystem for business in a country like the Gambia. A lot has to be done at the government level, at the community level, within the business sector, and in institutions like yours, the Chambers of Commerce. If you were to think about like 2 or 3 priority actions that would really make a difference in terms of the ecosystem within which small and medium scale enterprises in the Gambia work, what would those be and why? Sorry, Sarata, you are muted.
Okay, thank you. I will start with this short phrase that I always never hesitate to give whenever I have the opportunity, which is we need to recalibrate how the government, the private sector, and even other civil society work together again. The current relationship that we have has not worked, and we need to start figuring out how our new relationship should work. So for me, my answer lies within the statement that you had provided, actually, Raymond, earlier on when you were inviting us, and looking forward to this panel, when you said we need to understand what shared value means. Of course, you are making reference to a particular context. But for me, what I understand with that is a buzzword such as decentralization is not going to cut it anymore. Understanding what shared value means for all of us is what we all need to start working with. Thus, just the government transferring authority or transferring tools in the regions is not enough. The Gambia Chamber of Commerce, or any Chamber of Commerce, opening a branch in the remotest part of the Gambia is also not enough. What should be done is how are we going to now start making these work? How are we going to start blending in and making tools work within these communities? I think that's where redefining of policies come into play, and that's how we're going to start or ignite any meaningful impact.
Thank you so much, Sarata, because you're absolutely right. The notion of shared value is critical, because when we think about the impacts of enhancing the ecosystem at the grassroots level, it's not just in terms of increasing turnover, it's also having the sorts of impacts on lives and livelihoods that the other panelists have talked about. Let me turn to you, Raghunath. You've been at the helm of probably one of the most impactful multinational corporations on the continent, Airtel. A number of colleagues have mentioned the challenges of scalability. One of those challenges relate to market size. In January this year, the African Continental Free Trade Area Arrangement came into force. Do you think this could be a game changer in terms of looking at how corporations like Airtel could probably re-engineer their value chains so that we have more shared value. Sorry, you're muted.
You know, the new arrangements, thank you. Sorry, I was muted. The new arrangements of free trade and others should help a lot of local companies. But I think the critical thing for us as Airtel is that we are present in 14 countries. And this is where I want to repeat, maybe sounding quite boring about this, is to find the right model. Whether it is us or everyone thinks there is one Africa. There is no one Africa. No one calls it one Asia. You know, every country is different. And I think you have to respect that. Firstly, for companies coming in, entrepreneurs coming in, they think their model of one country in Nigeria will work somewhere else. Look at it like this: a billion population of Africa, 1.2 billion in 54 countries. There are countries with as low a population of 1 million or 2 or even lower, and countries like Nigeria at 200 or someone else at 100 million, top 5-6 countries. So your models of operating have to evolve accordingly. Second, please understand the Gini index in all these countries is very, very high. That means the concentration of money is still with a select few. This means it is not spread wide to enough people down in the markets, especially the deeper markets away from the country capitals. This means, how do you trigger in business models around it? Third, the way Africa has been divided by the colonial powers is, if you see, this is only the continent where all the boundaries are straight lines in a large number of them. It's very interesting to see the map. Every other continent map, there is a skewed line or a curved line. Someone took a line or a scale and cut off these countries with tribes and people working on both sides of the country or warring tribes in each country. So somewhere around this, I think to create an equalized, localized ecosystems and to work models around it becomes very critical.
Thank you so much for those insights. I think you mentioned the Gini coefficient being high. You're referring to income-based inequality being high. In 2019, UNDP's Human Development Report challenged us to go beyond income when we're thinking about inequalities, looking at gender inequality, looking at spatial inequality. Bridging those inequalities, I think, is crucial if we're going to really have ecosystems that garner the sort of outcomes and impacts that we anticipate. And Zainu, the borderlands are actually do epitomize this problem of inequality. A lot of the other panelists have talked about the challenges of getting not just the strategic focus, but getting investment flows to places where they're needed the most. And you made a really compelling case for the borderlands. Practically and briefly, how do we do that in a way that is sustained and sustainable?
Thank you very much. Actually, borderlands are the key challenges in borderlands are lack of attention and both at the policy and development actors level is a very critical issue. Because of this lack of attention, it leads to actually lack of adequate investment in the borderlands. So the communities, because of this, the communities at the Africa borderlands are at high risk of being permanently left behind in achieving the SDG goal. But this is a high risk, but there is a potential actually to catch up development there. There is a high potential because both in terms of natural resource and human resource, very dynamic, resilient human resource are there. Natural resources are available, and of course, the potential for trade especially informal cross-border trade, is very high. So the issue is, how can we actually draw attention? How can we collectively give this very important, significant geographic areas due attention, both as a policy and the development program, development actors level is a very key one to make it sustainable. You know, we have actually seen, you know, the ownership is there. You know, recently I was in between Zambia and Zimbabwe border in Livingstone, both sides of Livingstone and actually Victoria Falls. And I had a chance to meet, you know, the city councillors and the local authorities, the cross-border traders associations, the informal cross-border traders themselves, including women. And, you know, you can see that really a need for support. And if you go there to support them, you know, directly, you can see that the way you conceptualized it on the paper and the practical needs and the demands for support by the local authorities, by the traders themselves, and by the communities is very much in tandem, actually in line. So you can see that there is a potential for sustainability, because ownership at the ground, at the community level, and at the local authority level is very much actually visible. So if this ownership is there, if you can, you know, exert effort to mobilize the stakeholders, including the private sector around there, definitely you can make this thing effective and very sustainable. So that's what I wanted to actually emphasize. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Zainu, and thank you to all the panelists. The challenge we posed ourselves at the beginning of this year was, of this hour, was how do we enable grassroots ecosystems to unlock new markets, particularly in Africa? And we've had a number of very good interventions from all four panelists. So I'm going to, in the minute and a half that's left, to give each one of them an opportunity to just give, if there was one recommendation you can give in terms of a step that could be taken to enhance ecosystems in Africa, what would it be? Jesper?
Invest in the people, build them.
Thank you very much, Jesper. Sarata?
Improve financing models or access to financing, affordable financing.
Thank you very much. Raghunath?
For SMEs to function across borders, we need a single or an equivalent currency management system, which does not go through the dollar alone. But between inter-countries, how do you manage the currency management and exchanges?
Thank you very much. Zainu?
Engaging the communities and grassroots people in our development approach is very critical. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Enhancing grassroots ecosystems to unlock new markets in Africa is possible. It is within our reach. And I think this is a conversation that has not ended, but I hope it's one that will continue and that we'll see the sort of desired end states that we all anticipate in the years ahead. Thank you so much for joining us, and I'll hand it over to the organizers.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you, Raymond.
Thank you.
Thank you, Raghunath. Thank you, Zainu, Sarata, and Jesper. That was a really exciting discussion with some great insights. We've heard how, you know, it's important to invest in people, to improve the financial systems and access to finance, but also how important it is to take a really contextual approach to working on the continent. We'd just like to say a really big thank you to all our speakers, and our partners, the UNDP, for convening that session. I'll hand over now to Dr. Chakravarti, who will introduce the next discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you again to our speakers from the last session. Thank you, Raghu.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ugo, for wrapping up the last session. And we have already had, I think, key discussions for those who are joining right now on the role of biodiversity. We have looked into ESG frameworks for transformation, and the last panel was on grassroots development. So that brings us to the final pillar in terms of at least the panel discussions that we are holding, and that will be on trade. So the topic is the realities and the opportunities of free trade. And joining us in our panel, we have Floriana Borino, a trade analyst from the International Trade Center. We have Dr. Joy Kategekwa, who is the strategic advisor on trade from the UNDP, as well as my colleague, the partnerships coordinator, as well as a lecturer at EU Business School. Ugo, welcome back to the panel. So how I intend to do this panel, and this is one of the smallest panels that we have. So we have 3 speakers, we have 1 hour. I think we can have really in-depth discussions. So don't worry about some of the views that you might have. Let's try to have a great discussion on some of the issues that affect global trade. So firstly, what I would like to do is give you the floor one by one to introduce yourself again, as well as the role that you currently play at your institution and what you do. And after that, I will maybe start with a thematic question, and then take the discussions forward. So Floriana, can we start with you, please? Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon or good morning to everyone, depending on where you are. My name is Floriana Borino. I'm a trade analyst at the International Trade Center. I'm working in the research and strategies for export, where we conduct firm-level surveys to assess the competitiveness of firms in different developing countries and try to promote export opportunities, especially for MSMEs. And thank you very much for the invitation. It's really a pleasure to be with you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Floriana, for that introduction. Joy Kategekwa, can we have you on the floor?
Good morning from Accra, Ghana, where I am to participate now in the Youth Connect Africa Summit that is focused on the African Continental Free Trade Area. My name is Joy Kategekwa, and I am Strategy Advisor to the Assistant Secretary General and Director of the Region of Europe for Africa. I do many things in terms of development advisory, but I think the one that's relevant for this conversation is really leading the design, the thinking, the entry of UNDP into the trade file again. And so I've spent a lot of time conceptualizing together with colleagues, one of whom was in the panel before, Dr. Raymond Gilpin, and Ato Zainu and others, how it is that we can transform the opportunity of trade that is now in Africa into a viable concern. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joy Kategekwa, and Ugo, can we pass on the floor to you once again?
Thank you, Sudha. And good morning, good afternoon to our audience and speakers. My name is Ugo. I'm a lecturer at the EU Business School, and I also advise a variety of stakeholders on value creation and innovation. Over to you, Sudha. I'm looking forward.
Thank you very much, Ugo. So with that, the introductions out of the way, we can jump straight into the topic. So I will start with something more broad. Talk about the multilateral trading system. It's, let's say, not just the evolution, but the current status it is in. We'll be looking at it also from the perspective of the shocks that we are witnessing with the current pandemic. And then we will try to find a roadmap to the future. And this is how we can see how we can create transformational value. So Floriana, if I can start with you, what do you feel about the future of the multilateral trading system? a system that has been created for the last and has been in existence for the last 70 years. And of course, it has had many roadblocks along the way. I think there has been many evolutions. The Tokyo rounds was one of the evolutions. The creation of the WTO post-Uruguay rounds was one of the other evolutions. And now we are finding ourselves in another conundrum. And particularly in light of, let's say, the failure of the, let's say, international community to get together behind the Doha trade rounds, how do you see the future of the multilateral trading system?
Thank you very much. And for the question, it's really broad and it's really difficult in the sense that I have to say I'm quite optimist about the future of the multilateral trading system. It's true that it went through a very difficult period, especially recently. But I really think that now it's time to, and we saw that during COVID, cooperation is really essential. Without cooperation, we cannot face crises. No country can stay alone. So the multilateral trading system now more than ever is really crucial. And I think countries, government, business support organization, firms, and even people are understanding this. And so I think the multilateral trading system has a bigger role to play, and now more than ever. And so I think it's gonna be.
I will just follow on with what you said. Yeah. And then I'll pass the floor on to the other speakers. One of the main issues that we see today is the division between the bigger economies, in terms of, at least the Doha rounds taught us that lesson, in terms of coming to an agreement. So if you look at the multilateral trading system broadly, you have the negotiations, you have the facilitation as well as the implementation. And the division between at least the bigger economies to come to an arrangement, that's one of the problems that we have. And the second problem that we have is, let's take the COVID pandemic, and what it has done is it has really disrupted global supply chains. And that means it is moving towards more production-oriented countries, or where production takes place, etc. Now, in this situation and in this context, is there a value for the, as I put it, the multilateral trading system that has been created 70 years back, or does it require an evolution?
Definitely, the COVID pandemic showed that we are not in a perfect world, in a sense that it clearly showed that global supply chains were disrupted, that we were most countries were heavily dependent on few suppliers. And therefore, we definitely need to evolve the multilateral trading system to improve. But I don't think the solution is to close border, because this and to look inside, because this will definitely not improve our resilience to crisis, to COVID crisis, but also next crisis, which will be unfortunately climate change. So we need to be together, and only together we can face all these crises.
Thank you very much, Floriana. Over to you, Joy. What do you think regarding the future of the multilateral trading system, or the evolutions that are required? And particularly from your role, as I understood, you wear a lot of hats, and you're looking into, again, the entry of UNDP into this particular area. What do you think are the main challenges here?
Well, thank you very much, Sudasata. The future of the multilateral trading system has to be understood within the context of where it is. If the Doha Development Agenda is still the demonstration of the aspiration of WTO members to propel trade-led growth, to open new markets, etc., I think we are certainly in a situation where the core of what was sought to be achieved at the start, which is many things, but central to that, how to reform agriculture and how to tie up the rules within that space and how to bring it more into the disciplines, so to speak, of what we talk about as the rules framework at the WTO. I think from that time, there has been a transition in the sense that the world has moved, including the way in which products are made, to such an extent that you have to start to rethink how the multilateral system should respond. Let me give you an example. At the time the DDA was launched, you always thought about products produced largely within the confines of a country. And so origin is clear. If you want to discipline subsidies, it's very clear where you're looking at in terms of where the blue, green, red box, amber, whatever, disciplines should be attached. But we've moved from that place and started to look over the years into trade in parts, into value chains, into the servicification of production. What does that mean for a rules framework that was anchored with a different starting question? That's one thing. The second thing is the whole idea of FTAs and the fact that the theater at which rulemaking is being done right now is not at the WTO, is not in the multilateral system as we know it, so to speak. The AFCFTA being a good example, but there are many others. It means, therefore, that in terms of looking at the future of where the system is going, we have to accept that there are many functions for which the WTO was established, which are all relevant, but that perhaps we should think about how to measure success in more ways than the next trade deal. Because I think that the spread of the round has demonstrated to us that you can have some successes, trade facilitation and others, but the core questions remain unanswered. And so how do you interface with a multilateral trading system where the action for which it was famous is somewhere else? And so thinking about a role that is stronger, I think, on reviewing policies, on spotlighting where challenges are, on strengthening capacity building to increase exports, etc., for me is interesting. Because when you get back to the fundamental sort of blockage of why the MTS itself has not moved on the negotiation track, you go to that point you made, which is, who is a developing country and how do you crack that in the DDA? These are difficult questions. And so envisaging solving them now in a pandemic is somewhat difficult. But I think there are many other ways in which in the future, the system can play a critical role, which is asking themselves, especially from the perspective of developing countries and LDCs, how do we help them to reap that which is already in the rule book, even as we chase more through the DDA? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Joy. Yes, I completely agree with that. And that was basically the essence of my question. The purposes under which the multilateral trading system was created, the GATT years and then the WTO. If you're looking at it from, I come from the world of international relations, you're looking at a period which was very unipolar or a monopolar world, but that has kind of evolved. The international system as such has evolved. And this power space, as we call it, the players have also increased. And in doing so, and as you mentioned, we are not just looking at production of a product in a specific countries, but we are looking at value chains, rules of origins, etc. Here we need a different governance model, definitely, that was created than that was created during the GATT and the WTO years. So Ugo, I will pass on the floor to you. What are your views on the future of the multilateral trading system? Do you see that there is a necessity for evolution, or do you think, like as Joy mentioned, that it's not exactly what Joy said, but let me take it to that direction, that we will see more FTAs like the RCEP or the AFCTA?
Thanks, Sudha. And I think, great summaries from Floriana and Joy. My personal perspective is that multilateral trade is here to stay. Now, the form that it stays with us is probably what we really have to dig into going forward. But I think, you know, looking at the way the system has evolved until today, and keeping in mind the comment that Floriana made that, you know, as people, we need each other, we need to exchange with each other. I think definitely it's here to stay. One of the I guess defining factors that I think will influence the sort of global multilateral trading system will be the success of the AFCFTA. And I say this because it will be one of the more recent free trade areas to open up, and it would also be quite a significant one. So it will lay in a sense, I think it will lay the foundation for how we view FTAs going forward, but it would also serve as a signal. Its success would also serve as a signal of what's possible in the future. I totally agree with Joy that to a large extent we are, you know, we're looking at regulatory frameworks and regulatory systems that were built to address a different issue. It's definitely time for us to rethink how we are measuring success and how we are approaching regulation. And I'll bring in a point, you know, just to say that this is something that's not just with trade, but in one of the discussions earlier today, one of the speakers, the president of Mauritius, Her Excellency Amina Gurib Fakim, in fact mentioned this regulatory disconnect between the pace of technological innovation and the pace of sort of technological advancement and the regulatory frameworks for technology. And I think it's sort of the same thing that we're seeing in trade. The changes are happening at a much quicker pace and the advancements are happening at a much quicker pace than the regulation. So I fully agree with Joy and Floriana that we need to rethink that a little bit. And then personally, I strongly believe that multilateral trade will, despite the challenges that it's facing, and despite the various difficulties that have emerged and become clearer with the pandemic, I think there's still a positive future. But I'm a perpetual optimist, so it would be great to hear what everyone thinks as we go forward.
Thank you very much, Hugo. So am I. I'm a perpetual optimist, but since all three of you agree, I have to play the devil's advocate here. So let me frame it this way again, and moving on, of course. And this is not my words. These are the words of Joseph Stiglitz. And he mentions that international trade over the years, over the decades, has neither been free nor fair. And this has been the basic, let's put it this way, the disparities that we see in the multilateral trading system. And these disparities basically came to, let's put it this way, a collision course during the Doha round. And as Joy correctly mentioned, yes, we did have some successes in trade facilitation, etc. I think it was Bali, if I'm not mistaken. But primarily in the area of agriculture, etc., we still have an impasse. And do you think, hence, so we have never had free trade nor fair trade. So it has really been asymmetric, that's A. And B, does this mean that now we will be moving towards more regionalization? That means you're not looking at the differences that we have created between, let's say, the developed and the least developed countries, etc. And these are the main points of contentions within the multilateral trading system. Do we see more regionalization? And particularly as Joy, as well as Hugo, you mentioned the AFCTA, as well as the RCEP, which was, I think, done in early 2021. So I'll give you the floor again, Floriana, if you have anything to say on this particular issue, that we will be moving towards more regionalization, and that could be a threat to the multilateral system.
So thanks a lot. I think yes. My short answer is yes. I think we are moving towards regionalization, and as Hugo mentioned, I mean, the biggest and more promising example of this is the AFCFTA. I think this type of regional agreements have basically they try to reduce trade barriers between African countries, can really promote competitiveness in the country, can really promote transformational changes, and help countries, to reduce commodity dependence, to start to diversify, and more importantly, from ITC perspective, here I put ITC hat, also promote inclusivity and gender equality. So I think these regional agreements are definitely very important and can create big opportunities for small and medium-sized enterprises and for people. So yes.
Floriana, thank you. Just one moment. You mentioned also, because I just want to take this point forward, you mentioned inclusivity and gender empowerment in this particular case. And I know that the ITC is working on that. Could you shed some more light into this area when we talk about inclusivity in international trade?
Yes, so I think that one of the problems is of the multilateral trading system and in general in trade is that not always everybody benefited in the same way. So that's why it's very important that we always keep in mind inclusivity when we talk about trade, because sometimes we need additional policies to go hand with trade liberalization. Like a recent example, like digital technology are really growing, and we saw the importance of digital technologies in recent COVID crisis. I mean, if you don't have internet access, it was almost impossible to continue business operations. And here you see really a difference in digital divide between developing and developed countries, between women and men, between rural area and urban area. So I think we need policy to ensure that everybody benefits from trade, and in particular, digital technology will foster trade, and particular trade in services, I think. And if we don't address this, for example, the digital divide, this will not create an inclusive growth. So women, rural area, developing countries will be left behind. And that's, yeah.
Thank you very much, Floriana, for the insights on inclusivity and gender. Joy, can we have you back? And what do you think about this comment about the international trade has neither been free or fair, it has been asymmetric, and hence, I mean, the divisions that you spoke about between developed and developing countries, is this leading to more regionalization?
Thank you very much. Indeed, the multilateral trading system has not been free or fair. The contestation of moving the system towards the right balance between free and a closer movement towards fair determines or describes, characterizes the participation of developing countries in the work of the multilateral trading system. But just to underline the point around free, of course it's not free. You just need to look at the schedules of every WTO member to understand that no one is necessarily at 0 for 0 in tariffs across the board. Neither is anyone at 100% liberalization in trade and services for purposes of being locked commitments in the WTO. But let's go back to the contestation question. As developing countries seek to make a contribution into the multilateral trading system, they're faced with that question of how do you balance between bringing tariffs down, opening markets, and establishing industries, and ensuring that they can employ people, and ensuring that industry and value addition grows. So the history of the multilateral trading system is precisely about that contestation. Let's remember 1948. Imagine GATT is established in 47. 1948, developing countries are pushing, we need a new provision in this agreement that recognizes that we're not the same, that recognizes that we are pursuing one goal, but we're at different places, and therefore our contribution to that goal must be differentiated. And so you have Article 18 of GATT, which introduces this question around establishment of an infant industry, the possibility of government action to protect industries for establishment of industries, even as they contribute to what was the GATT at the time. So how tariff structure can allow you to do that. The second big news out of that contestation was Part 4 of the GATT, 1964, the creation of UNCTAD. And in there, you still see this idea of developing countries saying, this thing must be fair. And in order to do that, we must tackle questions around the prices of commodities and the fact that they're constantly fluctuating. The fact that we must anchor within the system this notion of flexibility. The next big news is 1979, the enabling clause, where developing countries are saying, well, you have a series of waivers where you've been giving us preferential access because of our previous ties, but we must lock them in an instrument because the GATT is about a rules framework. And so create this permanent waiver that we can always rely on as the basis for this GSP type arrangement, just generalized system of preferences. And then of course that grew into special and differential treatment as we know it. All of this to say that the system has always been in make better mode, and make better mode is about pushing it closer towards fairness, which naturally means it cannot be free because the tariff structure, the regulations must also respond to those issues that are at the center of the fundamental purpose of the multilateral trading system, which is the promotion of sustainable development. So the role of industry in that, the role of employment in that, and how tariff and regulation structure supports that is the contestation in my view. It's a good contestation for development because remember, trade is a means for something else. And so how you sit developing countries, least developed countries in the multilateral trading system is critical for buy-in, is critical for its success. Because if indeed we're talking about a system that is supposed to open markets, create opportunities for people to get incomes, to get jobs, to expand businesses, then you have to meet them where they are. And where they are might not necessarily be answered by bring the tariffs down. Now to your point around regional, the regional FTAs, etc. There is a bit of a contradiction in my view, because even in the FTAs, in a sense, they're looking for how to get closer to free trade. In that, in my mind, is a recognition that trade works, but how it works is critical. That is why when you see in the FTAs, certainly the ones that I'm familiar with, like the AFCFTA, we agree on the principle that we must go zero at some point. But how do we get there? We get there by sequencing it over a period of time. We get there by ensuring that even as we go, the particular interests of the smaller ones are taken into account. We get there by cutting off some as we start because they're of critical importance to the national economy. And finally, we get there by not ignoring the fact, or rather by paying special attention to the fact that trade doesn't happen automatically. Governments must play a role in creating these capacities. And so where do you find the private sector and do serious capacity building that is focused on getting the exports up? Because these, after all, are agreements that create opportunities for those who can export.
Thank you, Joy. And we will come back to this main question with the one you concluded with, the role of SMEs and what can governments do, or let's say national policies do to enhance trade. Ugo, quickly, what do you think is our basically direction? Is it moving towards more regionalization or?
So your first question, I don't think I will answer because I think Joy and Floriana covered this excellently, on the point that we've been in make better mode, moving towards getting things freer. So I don't think I have much more to add on that. But on the point about regionalization, I will say that, considering where we are today, I think this is definitely the direction that the world is headed. And I say that because, there's now, as Joy said, trade is about the bigger thing. It's about development, right? but then there's also quite a few other things at play. So if we look at the African region as an example, there's also a sort of a for lack of a better term, a cultural awakening, if we can call it that, where the region is recognizing that it can actually trade within itself as an opportunity. I think this is happening in some other parts of the world at the same time, where national economies and nationalist systems are recognizing the value that they hold within themselves and the value that and the sort of trading potential and economic potential that they hold domestically and regionally. And I think as part of an interest to tap into those opportunities and to tap into that value and to sort of ride the wave of that, for lack of a better term, awakening, we will definitely see a strengthening of some of the regional trade areas. Now, is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? I would say it has more positives than negatives, of course, because by encouraging that regional trade and by strengthening those FTAs, it of course pushes economies within the region towards greater competitiveness, right? If all your neighbors are developing more products and improving their service industries and improving their manufacturing sectors and really doing all of this in a bid to take advantage of opportunities both locally and regionally, then naturally there's a higher likelihood that, of course, it encourages healthy competition. So I think, in a nutshell, yes, given where the world is today and given the current trends around the world, I think definitely there is in the medium to long term, we will see more regionalization. Now, at the same time, I know that there are questions around some of the other more well-defined and well-entrenched trade areas. I mean, there have been, there are always regulatory issues and there are always questions in the EU region, for example, in parts of Asia as well. There are questions that come up every now and then. I think while parts of the world will try to build on these new opportunities, and while some of the more established trade blocks might have more challenges now than in the past, I think all in all, the competition that it creates will work towards the overall betterment of the system. I think competition is always good, and we're definitely heading into a period of greater competition and greater competitiveness. So I think overall, it's a positive direction.
I would agree with you, Ugo. There are 2 points. One, as you said, regional trade does boost competitiveness. And we have seen, even with the intra-regional trade, look at the global south, it has still been, I'm generalizing, of course, that the output has been still very, very minimal in terms of actually countries in the global south trading between themselves. So one way of looking at it is, yes, it does improve competitiveness if we boost intra-regional trade. And then we have exactly what Joy mentioned is, yes, we know where we have to get to, but how do we get there would be a key challenge. The other thing is that we are seeing with the COVID crisis, and I'll just come back to that. That would be a more specific question. With the COVID crisis, we are seeing a lot of reshoring or nearshoring of production activities as well as global supply chains. And this is giving an impetus definitely to regional trade agreements. So coming to my next question is a more specific question with the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, one thing we have seen is as we're coming out of it slowly, some economies have bounced back, particularly looking at trade. And if I can name them, these have been mainly the East Asian countries that have kind of anchored on, let's say, China, etc., that have really had a robust trade growth as we're coming out of the pandemic. Now, many countries find themselves or probably will find themselves in a debt trap and servicing the debts that they have incurred during this pandemic period. And looking at such inequalities, how do we come out of that? So Joy, do you have any ideas and in terms of at least what countries are doing to get out of this debt issue that they may or might possibly face due to the last 20 months and which affects their trading potential?
Thank you. I wish you'd ask Raymond that question, the one who chaired the previous panel, because he's the brains and the minds behind all of these things. But I think there have been efforts at the multilateral level to support countries with the SDRs and you know, to create a bit more availability of money to help them to navigate the immediate questions around the crisis. The question for me is, what do you do with those resources? And since we're talking about trade, how do you channel those resources into boosting the productive capacity of your country to maximize the opportunities in open markets? I'd like to say that trade and the African Continental Free Trade Area, an increasing production, is part of the solution in those cases. Because ultimately countries are borrowing. The challenge is not that they're borrowing. The challenge is the scale to which they're borrowing. The challenge is from where they are borrowing, including commercial lending and so on and so forth. But in my mind, the solution lies in how do you anchor a production system within your countries that allows you to get much more from your exports? And that's where I think intra-African trade is particularly interesting. Because when you think about the trade which Africa has with the rest of the world, you're very much back to those factory settings of give us the raw materials. We'll just add value and give you back the final product. We have to change that. We have to break that mold and create a situation where we build on the already progressive trend we're seeing when African countries trade with each other. What is that positivity? It is the fact that when they trade with each other, they add more value. You see much more trade within the continent that's of finished products. You see much more trade within Africa that incorporates services in there. You see much more trade in services exports themselves. You also see much more exports that have technology as a content of the productive process. And therefore, I think the antidote to debt, to come to your question, is production of made in Africa goods. Because then you can utilize the opportunity of a broken down tariff structure in the AfCFTA to really scale and utilize those opportunities. The market is there, 1.3 billion people. The market is also there because Africa imports these things from elsewhere. That means there's need for them. The difference now is get into those settings that allow you to do more than send cocoa beans, that allow you to produce the chocolate.
But aren't the challenges, again, playing the devil's advocate, a little more than just production capabilities and bringing down tariffs within, let's say, Africa? And this is one of the challenges that we face in South Asia. We don't have much of what we call trade complementarities. We don't produce things that the neighborhood market needs. We have other regulatory challenges. We have political challenges. We have border disputes, where many other structural issues, particularly in the sub-Saharan African context. So before we have, let's say, we implement something like the AfCFTA, aren't those structural issues probably more important to solve before the implementation, or let's say the success of these free trade agreements would come to fruition? So what do you think in terms of your experience? I mean, we can create as many frameworks, that's what I'm saying, but the thing is, we have structural issues we have not still dealt with. And those are the reasons that probably lead to, let's say, a certain African country still being raw material supplier, or certain Asian countries basically not trading between each other. So aren't those probably more important questions that we should deal with first, and then move on to more, let's say, regulatory spaces where how to bring tariffs down?
No, I disagree, because the question of access to markets is there. When you think about it, it's just in a bad tariff structure. The way in which new generation trade agreements are being drafted is precisely to break that structural problem. Because what is the problem in this case? The problem is in two phases. The experience you have as you get to the border and the tariffs you hit at the border. So the points you're making are largely about the enabling environments question, i.e., are you capacitated to produce? What is the process of meeting standards? How many government offices must you visit before you get an export license? Is there a facility that gives you financing to ensure that you can produce enabled by the engine of trade, which is finance? Those sorts of things. Enabling environments questions are as relevant for multilateral trading system type processes, for which Africa, for example, has excellent access questions if it were a question of tariffs. Because remember, most of the countries have one type of GSP or other. We also have the duty-free, quota-free market access regime for all of the LDCs, the majority of which are in Africa. But when you hit the border, this is precisely the question of the tariff structure having to support that. Because imagine you reformed these pre-border questions, but you hit the border and the tariffs are making it impossible to meet your bottom line. It won't make sense. And therefore, the point I'm making is that the sequencing has to be understood in such a way that, at least in the context of Africa, the two must go hand in hand. That said, I take the point that it's not about the next trade agreement. Africa has a plethora of market access initiatives that are 0 for 0. It is about strengthening those capacity questions, but you have to do it hand in hand, because strengthen the capacity, hit the border, and the tariffs are up, and you're still in a problem.
I mean, that was exactly my question. I mean, even with market access, which we have seen with LDCs or small economies, etc., that it hasn't really increased export over time sometimes, generally due to one of the reasons being tariff escalation in developed countries. So let me just pass on in terms of the paucity of time. Floriana,
let me say something before you go. My apologies. Let me say something just to correct that point, that in the African context, the tariff is the problem. The tariff is the problem, that you have never had at a continental scale an effort to say we shall bring down tariffs collectively for the continent. So if the continent's contextual issue is that tariffs are stifling trade, we must deal with the tariffs.
No, absolutely. I agree. And that would be the same case, let's say, for many South Asian countries. Floriana, how do we get rid or get out of this debt issue that maybe developing countries may face?
If before you say, Floriana, if I can just add, and I'm sure I can add on later on, but just before I forget, that really on the point of financing and the point about manufacturing to produce finished goods and using that to really sort of bolster economies, I think that's really a very important point that we all need to take away and the audience needs to take away going forward. Of course, one of the big questions will be how these economies can access that financing. And I think this is also where, you know, to a large extent, this is also where the private sector and global multinationals can play a role. Because if, as a business, you are able to understand the potential opportunities and the potential benefits, and you have the right partners locally to help you navigate that system, then I think that is one way to channel that much needed investment and that much needed financing to really spur that manufacturing that Joy talked about forward. But just wanted to chip that in to complement what she had said. Please, over to you, Floriana.
Thank you, Ugo. Floriana, over to you.
Thank you. If I can also add something to this discussion.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I just wanted to mention that actually at ITC, we conducted a survey with small and medium-sized enterprises in Francophone Africa to ask them what are the biggest challenges they face to export, basically. And one of the, actually around 40% of firms that we surveyed say that the biggest obstacle are high cost of logistics and transportation when they have to export in the continent, but also delays and uncertainty. So I just wanted to mention that because it goes, I think, a bit in between. So I think definitely the enabling environment is important. but also, as Joy mentioned, also tariff. It's a big problem there. And another thing that I would like to mention that was quite surprising to me is that less than a quarter of firms in Francophone Africa knew about the AFCFTA. So I think there is definitely some work to do to better inform, and here the business support organization have a big role to play, to better inform firms about this agreement so that they can really benefit. And then, yeah, that was on that side. And regarding debt, I think definitely the short-term solution was government support, because most of the business couldn't function during the COVID crisis. Unfortunately, we saw that developed countries managed to support small firms much more than developing countries because they have bigger budget. I think the solution in the future to face this debt crisis is really about competitiveness of firms. The way to face this crisis as I mean, to face this crisis, it's really important that firms are competitive. And actually, in ITC, we did some research and we found that firms that are competitive were also more able to be resilient and to keep functioning and to keep exporting even during the COVID crisis. So I think if I might say, one key things that government and business support organizations should do is to really invest, to go in the direction of a bit of Joy, to invest in fundamentals, things that make firms more competitive and more able to tap into the trade, global trade.
Thank you. And I have a follow-on question for you, Floriana. I know your organization does a lot of research work on SMEs, improving the capacities of SMEs. What are those main roadblocks? Let's take a contextual case. Let's take sub-Saharan African countries for the sake of this particular discussion. What are those major roadblocks and what are the things that are required to make SMEs more efficient? Now, this is something I can also mirror the case in India. We have a big SME sector, but it is kind of what you call inefficient, let's put it this way. So of course, there's a wide array of things that need to be done. I worked on a particular research that was back in 2010, 2011 for select sub-Saharan African countries and looking into the tax structure, the taxation structure for SMEs, etc. So what are those key, let's say, points that ITC works on in terms of creating a more robust frameworks for SMEs?
Yes, I hear an echo. Okay, no. I would say in ITC, the framework is really based on 3 pillars to promote competitiveness. And there are key features at firm level that really matter. So for example, efficient inventory management, it's really key. And it was proved really essential also during this COVID crisis. Firms that didn't manage to have efficient inventory management didn't manage, so were more affected by inputs, by the supply chain shocks, and therefore they couldn't continue their business. Another thing that is really important for competitiveness of SMEs is the ability to connect. And I mean connect with buyers, but also with suppliers. And again, here there is a big role for business support organizations. So we saw, for example, that firms that during the COVID crisis, firms that were in connection with business support organization have better access about what was happening and about the government support that was out there, but many firms didn't have the information about the government support that that was out there. So information and connection with peers, with buyers, with suppliers, and with business support organization, it's also very, very critical. Especially, I mean, in all times, but especially during COVID and crisis in general times. And then the third thing is the capacity to change. And again, we saw this was crucial during COVID. Firms had to adapt and to change their business model because of the crisis. So many firms had to start to sell online. Many firms had to start to telework. I mean, so in this context, access to finance, I think Ugo mentioned that, it's really critical, and definitely skills. So firms that had good skilled workers managed to innovate and to adapt to the COVID crisis more quickly and continue to export during the COVID crisis, whereas firms that didn't have the right, skilled workforce, they didn't manage to innovate and they managed to change and to adapt, and so they were left behind. So I would say, yeah.
Thank you very much, Floriana. I'll give it to Ugo next. Ugo, you have experience in Nigeria dealing with SMEs, etc. What are the major roadblocks do they have?
Where do I start? It's quite an interesting place to work. And if you listened in on the previous panel, you also heard Dr. Raymond Gilpin from the UNDP talk about some of these challenges. You also heard Raghunath, the former CEO of Airtel, talk about the challenges as well. And it was interesting because, on one hand, the UNDP has an extensive presence on the continent. On the other hand as well, Airtel has an extensive presence, both with significant resources and both trying to work with businesses and individuals at that level. Some of the challenges that, and I'll say some of the challenges that they mentioned just for the sake of this discussion, and then I'll say some of the ones that I faced personally. But some of the ones that they mentioned were the lack of context. So the fact that people, people try to work with businesses at that level, with small businesses, the same way they would across the board, without realizing that these businesses are operating in unique contexts. Now, coming to some of the challenges that we faced, I think a lot of them are around infrastructure. The really basic infrastructure for connectivity, infrastructure to access your customers, infrastructure for things like electricity. I mean, if you have electricity 1 day or 2 days a week, then you have to pay for the cost of a generator for the remaining 3 days, right? And
the cost of utilities are still very high.
Yeah,
yes.
The utilities are quite high. You never really get the opportunity to save. There's limited access to credit. So I think there's quite a mix of challenges. But I'll talk about in 30 seconds. I'll talk about what I think are some of the opportunities around these challenges. One of the first ones is really building on what Floriana mentioned, and is really increasing the education, the education and increasing awareness of things like the AF, of things like the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, increasing that awareness and getting businesses to really understand what the opportunities are, but also how they can plug into those opportunities. I think that's really one of the key things to keep in mind, when you consider the challenges that SMEs are facing. And these challenges are, they're not necessarily unique to Nigeria. I'm pretty sure that SMEs across the continent are facing similar challenges in access to finance, infrastructure, and things like that. So in a nutshell, or in summary, while all of those challenges exist, I think there are some really interesting opportunities, really around increasing knowledge and showing or increasing access to frameworks for small companies to take advantage of free trade.
Thank you very much. And Joy, I want to come to you with a slightly different question, and building on both Floriana and Ugo. One thing that we have learned from, let's say, the European Union is for a particular, let's say, FTA, etc., to be successful, political unity must go hand in hand with the economic one. And if you take the AFCTA, now, yes, we have, I think, 54 countries that are members, or 53, just one is not there. In this case, do we have that kind of a political unity to make this actually work?
Yes, and I'll preface my response by sharing that I've spent my entire career working on trade and trade agreements and trade capacity building and trade policy. And I have never seen this type of political support before. Similarly, I have never seen an agreement concluded with such good depth in terms of technical, but also such huge political momentum. This whole AFCFTA idea comes from the heads of state to fast track a bigger dream to get to this point somewhere at the end of 2028. Fast track the continental market. So the political will is there. If the conclusion of the negotiations was not example enough, the ratification is. Here we are with about 40 countries at the last count that have deposited instruments of ratification. But we're also at 54 countries that have signed the political declaration, signaling, 54 out of 55, signaling that they are on course. The political direction is strong. It's in very strong content. But I think you need to transform that from the politics of ratification into the practicality of the reform agenda in laws, regulations, administrative processes in country, so that for those that are state parties to the agreement, they can enjoy what we mean by preferential in this context. So the political momentum is there, it is strong, it is what it will take also to keep the riding going fast enough. But I think that political momentum must now sort of leave the treaty and arrive in the regulations and the treatment questions and the enabling environments and the border treatment and the budgets, allocated to boost capacity for countries and the specific support to women and youth-owned exporting enterprises and so on and so forth. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Joy, for that answer. And hopefully, yes, we do have the political will as well as the political unity to make this happen over the next decade. So we are running out of time. I will quickly give a minute each, max. So Joy, can we start with you? What are your prospects for the next 5 years in terms of global trade?
Africa has had a hit with the pandemic. We always used to talk about Africa having 3% of global merchandise trade. I think it's been hit to about 2.4%. But I am optimistic about the continent, especially because of the consciousness that is within all those that are friends of development to make this agreement work. So in 5 years, I see a thriving African continental free trade area. There is no perfection, but I think once the institutional arrangements are firm, the implementation legal processes are there, we must put our foot on the pedal of translating capacity building from this idea of I explain your rules and regulations to you in trade agreements to who are the exporters, what are their challenges, how do we get the volume up? If we do that, we will be very fine. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Joy. Ugo, over to you, your prospects, and Floriana, I'll give you the last word.
Thanks, Sudha, and thanks, Joy. I think I'm also optimistic, as I shared earlier.
You mentioned that before,
also,
yes.
Yeah. Also quite optimistic for the continent, but I think there will also be some challenges. I think we're also going into a period, and I'm looking at this also, considering the position that certain Asian countries are taking. I think there will also be a period where, there'll be some uncertainty, and that will create a significant amount of competition. Success for any of the FTAs and success for anyone that's really looking to take advantage of sort of the evolving trade landscape will be in first of all taking an inclusive approach to building out systems and building out agreements and whatever, but also really taking a long-term view on building systems. I think that the next 5 years will be quite defining with the opening of this agreement, with the pressure that economies have to expand in Asia, and with the uncertainty that's happening in the typical West. I think taking that long-term approach will be key to success. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ugo. And Floriana, you have the floor.
Thank you. A panel of optimists. Yeah. But I would say the main trend that, in my opinion, will affect trade in the next 5 years is definitely the digitalization. So digital technology will definitely affect how we trade, what we trade. And so in particular, I think there will be an increasing role for trading services. So it's important that developing countries start to tap into these opportunities, building a bit what Ugo also mentioned before, infrastructure, digital infrastructure, skills, so that we can really benefit from these future trends in trade.
Thank you very much, Floriana. And digitalization, this is one of the topics. We can have an entire conference on that. And that would be very interesting. Of course, we don't have that much time to get into those issues. But once again, to all the panelists joining us, a big thank you from EU Business School as well as On Research for collaborating with us and for taking part in the discussions of today. So please, those who are joining us also as participants, don't leave us. We have an hour break, but we will be back with our last session at 1600 hours, that is 4 p.m. Central European time, and we will have the last session there. But again, those who are joining us here, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, and thank you once again for joining the 4th annual research forum that is organized by EU Business School as well as On Research, its research arm. This is the final discussion that I have. It's a one-on-one discussion that I have with Vincent Soubilia, who is the Director General of the Geneva Chamber of Commerce. Now, Vincent, before I introduce you, I would just permit me to let me take you through what we have done today and what we have achieved today. So we had the keynote address on the importance of biodiversity as well as bio-innovation. Particularly looking at small countries, and that keynote address was presented by the former president of Mauritius. And after that, we had a fireside discussion on digital innovation and how that can boost, let's say, the triple bottom line. And then we had 3 very interesting panels. The first one was on ESG frameworks for transformation, and looking into how the private sector can plug in these ESG frameworks to create more value, followed by a very specific panel on grassroots development, particularly in Africa. And the last panel was on multilateral trade. That means the opportunities and realities of free trade. And last but not the least, we want to bring it back home to Geneva. And this is where you come in, Vincent. And it's always, always a pleasure to have you amongst us. And before I let you introduce yourself also, I would like to say that you, as well as your organization, CCIG, has always been a very important partner in all our activities. So we thank you tremendously for always collaborating with us. So Vincent Subilia, you are the Director General of CCIG, and I believe you do also wear many hats. You're a lawyer by training, if I'm not mistaken, so that makes two of us in the final discussion. And you are also a legislator at the Canton of Geneva. So with that, Vincent, I would let you first introduce yourself and some of the things that you do. And then we want to bring in the discussions to finally unlocking transformational value, the triple bottom line, and look at how Geneva is actually positioned in this new reality. So Vincent, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Sudha, and a great pleasure again to be with you on the 4th edition of your annual research forum. I'd like to praise again the dynamism of EU Business School, and as you rightly mentioned, EU has been a very faithful not only member but partner of the Geneva Chamber of Commerce, and we are very again thankful for your support. The Chamber has been actually advocating the Geneva business community for over a century and a half. We're a private actor. I tend to say that we're an SME with a startup spirit for having acted for 156 years now. And what we do is we ensure that business interests be duly voiced at the political level, but we also provide a wide range of services to our 2,500 roughly corporate members. And as you said, indeed, I'm a lawyer by tuition, so it makes two of us, and you know the famous saying that says, 2 lawyers in a room, 3 different opinions. So, but I'm sure this time we will, all of us, and since we're talking about the triple triple line approach, I believe that we shall all be aligned in this in this respect. So basically, what we do here is to ensure that we create added economic value for Geneva, and my KPI, if you wish, and for the benefits of your students, to whom I'd like to extend my gratitude for still being with us, in spite of the fact that they've been carefully listening to previous speakers in a very rich program. Kudos, by the way. So thank you to your students for still being with us. So again, I think that you've very rightly chosen the topic of this edition. There's clearly a momentum in the wake of the crisis, and after these 20 months, where we can eventually see some light at the end of that pandemic tunnel to operate a major reset and revisit what are our standards, and above all, to ensure that sustainable development, because eventually this is what we are talking about. Triple bottom line is people, planet, profit, but it's also that triangle that we have into which we are operating with the economic dimension, the social angle, and of course the environmental component. So again, articulating these 3 components and making sure that we can align them is the major challenge that we are facing nowadays, and the one that at its humble level, we're not the size of Google. I have 30 highly committed colleagues here in my institution trying to achieve at the Geneva level.
Thank you very much, Vincent, for that introduction. And yes, you're right. We might have 3 opinions in this room, but we will try to agree in the end. My job is relatively easy as an academic. It is my job to critique, so I can critique from any angle, etc. But the main idea is to bring actually new ideas to the forefront. And with that, I want to start with a question. And as you said, in articulating the triple bottom line, that means moving away, let's say, for firms and businesses from just looking at the profit motive or just the, let's put it this way, the financial goals, to having a more stakeholder approach. That means you're looking at the environment as well as the other social factors. Now, you being at the helm and representing, let's say, through your organization, about 2,500 companies, and many of them are SMEs, is that message really imbibed? So that's one of the issues, and I keep repeating myself in most of the conferences that I go to, like if you see the city of Geneva, it is the world's smallest metropolis. And we have the international side of Geneva on one side of the lake and the more local, let's say the financial trading and others side. And do these sides really mix? And let's say agendas that are set up, let's say the Sustainable Development Goals or the Agenda 30, does that translate to businesses, local businesses here?
Thank you, Sudha, for raising this key question. Again, and I'm certainly biased, but I would tend to believe very humbly that Geneva is ideally positioned in terms of sustainable development. As you echoed, and as I'm sure you appreciate, Geneva is often considered, and I believe rightly so, due to the unrivaled number of international organizations and NGOs present on its ground, which also are associated to the largest presence of permanent missions, i.e. embassies, if you wish, from foreign states, 175 of them, and 4,000, at least that was in the world prior to the pandemic, visits at the head of states, presidential or ministerial level. So really, in spite of its size, Geneva, and you said the smallest of the metropolis, of the smallest of the large cities, or a global village, with a branding which is conversely proportionate to its size. And we've witnessed this when the light was shed for the Biden-Putin summit that took place here on the shores of the Lake Geneva. But from a sustainability perspective, I think Geneva can genuinely claim that it is the fabric and the hub of SDGs, precisely because these sustainable development goals command for cooperation. And what we can offer here is a capital of global governance, where institutions the like of the UN, together with the WHO in health matter, or the WTO in trade issues, can truly cooperate with that proximity factor, which plays a decisive role. This is for the so-called international Geneva. Then you want to look, and this was your original question, on how the corporate world, how does the business community here, which the Chamber represents, really moves forwards along the lines of what is perceived now, and rightly so, as an absolute necessity. We're not in an area anymore where we can choose. We need to act, and this is also what the forthcoming COP26 to be held very soon in Glasgow really dictates. There is time, there is need for collective action. And I believe, again, that this action is being very genuinely taken by Swiss firms generally, and by Geneva One. We are blessed to evolve in a pristine environment. We're a landlocked country, an alpine wine, if you wish. And if you think about the glaciers and the way they're melting, again, that proximity to nature makes Swiss decision makers, I would say, on average, potentially have a more acute sense of the necessity to act, if not of the urgency to deliver some true commitments in this respect. So sustainability is really, I believe, enshrined within the DNA of most business actors. And if you take an example of the financial world, then your event is also probably partnering with Lombardier, which is a key player in that respect. Its managing partner, Patrick Ollier, is at the forefront with Sustainable Finance Geneva, who is leading the Building Bridges initiative. Building bridges, and you were talking about how do we move out of the silo and ensure that between international and so-called local Geneva, we can have that dialogue, and that the conversation proves not only promising, but truly fruitful with some tangible outcomes. This is building bridges. How you build on the expertise of the norm setters from the international organizations, how you drag onto the civil societies through the NGOs, how you make sure that sovereign states do also have a seat at the tables. They are all present in town. And how do you ensure that eventually financial actors truly walk the talk and align with sometimes theoretical commitments that are being taken? And this is what Building Bridges, which has become the largest event of its kind in terms of financial players meeting to foster a better world, is all about. And this is taking place here in Geneva, not in any other financial center, Geneva being also home to the Secretariat of all sustainable financial centers of the world. So just to give you an example, and the numbers of them in that respect. And if I may, Sudha, looking very briefly at our own path towards sustainability, we were blowing yesterday the 10th candles. It was the anniversary of an initiative that the Chamber has launched back in 2011, an initiative called Sustainable Management Meetings, whereby we wanted to highlight the fact that corporate actors are a key leverage towards sustainable prosperity, i.e. that the business sector is an engine. You may want it to be electrical, but an engine towards a more environmentally and socially sustainable future. So this was launched 10 years ago, and we've had 100 companies gathering on a frequent basis to showcase the best practices that they foster and ensure that they can share this with other players to create a sense of if you wish, common approach to generate that virtuous circle, to have a spillover. And we were celebrating this yesterday, and we could measure also in terms of metrics the path that has been walked, what unfolded in terms of progress. Whereas even 10 years ago, sustainability still was perceived as a nice to have. It is truly now a must have. And this, apart of course from some lunatic players or black sheep, or call them the way you wish, but I think mainstream, all of us, be it for very personal, egoistical, or more noble reasons, have understood that we need to factor sustainability in our corporate behaviors. So this happened yesterday, and it was very timely with your event. And again, I wouldn't be legitimate to talk to you about sustainability, and which has been accelerated again by the pandemic, because that we are having that conversation because in the wake of the crisis, that proximity factor, the fact that sustainability was also at the center, and one of the trigger precisely of the virus, really puts it even higher on the agenda of our priorities. So here at the Chamber, and I'll finish with this because it's a conversation, it should not be a monologue here, I'm afraid.
Please go on, please go on.
Here at the Chamber, we said, okay, if we want to be serious in what we do, we need to commit ourselves at our limited and modest level. So I've engaged into 3 very direct actions. I committed an ESG audit of our institution to make sure that we could identify where there was room for improvement, and on a best effort basis, and it goes through very concrete details, such as a biking program that we've launched, such as the fact that we now tap into the Geneva water rather than bottled ones and the like. But it also goes into a much more strategic depth, whereby we want all actions to be aligned with that sustainability key objective. And at the end of that ESG exercise, we should be granted a label, a certifying to be revisited on a yearly basis to make sure that truly we deliver what we promise. to ourselves and to all stakeholders, because sustainability is about reaching out to the entire community. So that's the first one. Second one, together with our governance bodies, and in particular my economic council, which is divided into a task force, one of them being dedicated to sustainability, we have issued and adopted an Sdg Charter defining some very precise actions that we wanted to implement. And we've even modified the vision and the mission of the Chamber to make sure that we could factor in, that we can embed that very angle. I'm proud that we've designed a green, so-called green team with Anaha. They're the ones making sure that on a daily basis we go in the right in the right direction. And last but not least, to give you a third example, we're here as a private institution, meaning I don't get a penny from the state, which is very healthy because I remain autonomous in what I, so the way I express our opinions. But it means that I need the house, I need to run the chamber as a CEO, and I'm delivering services to our members. And we've come up with a new service, which is a sustainability diagnostic, whereby we do a mapping together with experts with B Corp and Swiss Triple Impact, which are well known in this area. We run an assessment of our members, if they so wish, to really identify where, again, they could improve themselves to make sure that they're fit for this new era in the wake of the pandemic. So again, three, if I may, business cases that then, which I believe, again, reflects what we do at the micro level here at the Chamber in light of the general picture of what is being achieved as Geneva being really a lighthouse, if I may, in terms of sustainability.
Thank you, Mansour, for that very, very insightful answer, as well as giving us these the real-life examples of what, let's say, many companies and many initiatives that are already in place in Geneva. And there's no doubt that Geneva, even though it's a very small city in size, it's one of the main agenda setters for the world, and both for the international side as well as from the local side. Now, of course, a more specific question for you is you deal on a day-to-day basis with these 2,500 firms. And even though we agree on what needs to be done, I don't think anybody in principle wants to be unsustainable. As we say, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. So we all have good intentions. And in terms of our agendas, we have these. Now, of course, firms do face certain hurdles in getting there. And the other thing is, would you, I don't know, when you converse with these firms, are these sometimes blamed? Like businesses have always been blamed until we started, with the 2015 with the Agenda 30, that we need to bring in businesses and everybody together, that businesses are the culprits here, right? And if you start from that premise, actually, you don't go ahead in terms of achieving the goals, because at the end of the day, at least in terms of my way of thinking, we are all, as individuals, responsible for the environment. It's not an institution like, as you mentioned, the state or a building or a business. We all, as an individual, in terms of our choices, are responsible for that. So do you find that more often with businesses, that they actually have a kind of resistance, not to sustainability, not to have a better environment, but in terms of what they are bound to be doing?
Well, resistance is very human. We all operate within your comfort zone, and when you're being asked to get into more challenging waters, it may prove difficult. And this is truly a journey, and I'm not pretending it is an easy one. But I am claiming that this is a necessary one, and that again, the crisis that we have weathered or are about weathering is an opportunity, as a leverage to rebound with a more sustainable approach. I am very pragmatic myself. I'm not favoring the name and shame type of actions. I firmly believe that incentives, i.e. the carrot, is probably preferable than the stick. and eventually what we are advocating here are business interests. If I take a very plain example for the benefit of the understanding, if you look at the prosperity of Geneva, it is very closely linked to its airport, which was inaugurated about 100 years ago. It corresponded to the birth of the so-called International Geneva with the ILO in 1919. Shouldn't we have had that airport, which was considered to be very far away in the city because it was in the green fields of Pointrin at that time, and we wouldn't have gained that window to the world, and Geneva would certainly not have more branding than cities the size of it, which is only 250,000 inhabitants if you look at the city itself, although we're talking about 1 million inhabitants if you take a broader picture. So what I meant here is that I am very, very supportive of the airport. So I will never be among those. And you mentioned the fact that I'm also acting on the parliament and within the political family, which is really advocating the business interests. So we're, contrary to those, we're pretending that we should shut down airports because they're a major source of pollution. My stance here would be to say, listen, we need to work closely with the industry. And market players are doing this. If you look at the big airplane firms, they're all working on ensuring that they can craft a less polluting engine. So they have, and clearly, I believe, understood the fact that there is pressure. There's pressure by the consumers. There's pressure by competitors to go down this avenue of limiting externalities, and therefore that's where you need to have a strong innovation mindset, because this is what it's about. And I think here again, Switzerland, which was again for the 11th year in a row viewed by WIPO as the most innovative and competitive economy in the world, is ideally positioned to harvest the fruits of this. As I always say, in Geneva, we have no commodities as such, with the exception of water. Of course, we trade the commodities here, but what we have is our talent pool, and our talent pool is also made, and in particular of those people that we've been welcoming here in Geneva in that safe harbor environment. And EU and what you achieve with your students is a brilliant example of this. And this is where I'm always saying to your students, they've made the right choice, chosen the right university at the right place here in Geneva, because at the end of the day, talent is what makes the difference. The manpower, the expertise that we can deploy is great. So, and I can sense to, again, go back to your question about the resistance of the firms, that peers pressure is playing a key role. I mean, if major players are all shifting and not only claiming that they will, but delivering some very tangible outcomes in terms of how they transform through leadership and then through management, the way they operate to make it more sustainable, then I believe there will be a virtuous circle, and all players, or most of them, will embark on this.
Thank you very much, Mansour, once again. And I completely agree with you in terms of Geneva. I'm originally not from Geneva, I'm not from here, but this is my city. I work here, I live here, and I can definitely vouch for the fact that it is one of the cities that has the best, let's put it this way, social capital, if you look at per capita. And that's just fantastic. Just the last comment, and then I'll give you the floor again. I think one of the challenges that, and I don't know, Mansour, if you agree with me, in just in terms of discussion, is if you're looking at things like sustainability and climate change, which is over a long period of time, which is very difficult to understand what's going to happen tomorrow. So when you make, when we have targets, like let's say we need to keep our temperature within 1.5 degrees, maybe the difference between yesterday and today is 1.5 degrees, and it's very difficult for us to understand in terms of what the consequences of our choices are. So that's like an infinite game, and the whole point of that game is to sustain it, is to preserve it, and there are no winners and losers here. But how businesses sometimes look at it, at least in terms of their own functioning, is more in terms of a finite game. So they have to look at the 6 months, they have to look at the 1 year. And many businesses are now, at least the most innovative ones, are looking beyond those, what you call bottom lines, 6 months and a year. And we see that the most successful businesses are looking at their own businesses more like an infinite game rather than a finite game. And I think that this is something that I found in Geneva, that yes, the intention is there. We have, let's say, the knowledge and what's going on, and we are very aware of it, but sometimes the communication or the, let's say, how the agenda needs to be implemented is sometimes there still needs to be bridges, as you mentioned, to be built between the two sectors. So, Mansoor, thank you so much for joining. But before you go, I just have one last quick question. I know you're running out of time. How is Geneva positioned to create more value in the next 5 years? A quick one.
Yeah, and I'll try and be as swift as possible in my reply. Again, you're absolutely right. We don't have the crystal ball or the magic stick, but predictability is key. And I believe the shift I can witness now is that companies have more of a long-term agenda rather than looking at a short to medium-term return on investment and making sure that they can grab the dividend. So again, this is, as I mentioned, a long and winding journey, but we will make it. And probably again, one key argument in making sure that we can embark everybody along the way is that there is a true business case in favor of sustainable economy. I mean, if you look at all the studies, being the ILO, which I mentioned, it's 18 million jobs which are foreseen for 2030. If you look at the World Economic Forum study, saying we're talking about 1,000 billion in terms of value creation for 2025, and PwC claims the same from a Swiss perspective. So again, there are market shares to be captured for those who are agile and resilient and willing to embark into that fascinating journey. Now, Geneva, to reply to your question, I think is ideally a position, but also certainly needs to work. And this is our daily activities on ensuring that its business conditions remain as dynamic as we can, and making sure that we can not only drag on our rich history, this is the legitimacy side where we have the expertise, but really position ourselves for the future. And there's one key initiative that really reflects this. I don't know if you've heard of the GESDA initiative, which is the Geneva Science and Diplomacy Anticipator that gathered last week with key decision makers, including Peter Brabeck, who is its chairman, and I know he's been speaking to EU on many instances. What we want to do is really to have Geneva position as a compass, and they've issued a radar about all the challenges that they have, so that we can have altogether a better understanding at the environment in which we operate to make smart and sharp decisions. And this is all what it's about here in Geneva. This is all what it's about education, and this is all what will lead to success, because as EU rightly claims, this is your way to success. So Sudha, thank you again for having me, and always a pleasure to enter into conversation with you, and all the best to you, your colleagues and your students.
Thank you very much, Mansoor, and we are sure that you being in the helm of change, we are in good hands for the future of Geneva. Once again, thank you so much, always for collaborating with us and for partnering with us, and hope to speak to you soon. So thank you once again.
Bye, and merci.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
To the participants, we come to the conclusion of the event, but please do not leave. We have the concluding remarks by our very own Dean, Professor Steph de Jong. Professor de Jong, you have the floor.
This has been a very productive day, and the very notion of that triple bottom line inspired me, because that is where we are going to, and that's also where we came from. We came from nature, we came from humanity, and we then invented the corporate entity in the 19th century, where legal liability got a personality. And as of then, we seem to have forgotten a few things on the road to growth. And when I see this, we talk about biodiversity again, we talk about Africa grassroots, about companies growing, about markets. There is a certain dynamism that's absolutely there. And that first bottom line is no longer what it used to be. It's no longer about profits, it's about value creation. And we suddenly seem to be creating value above the line rather than under. And the same thing for environment. We're creating value above the line rather than under the line when digging things under. The famous from cradle to grave turns into a circular economy that we then find with Lombard-Odier and their model. We have all kind of elements that make this really three-dimensional. It has to be social because it's the human that does it. So if these three bottom lines are maybe not lines, but circular movements, then we can keep on going. But then the question is, can you keep on going eternally? Because then we need to reinvent the perpetuum mobile. And that is a bit too early for us. So it will be a spiral. And then when I talked about these three spirals, I suddenly had the idea, probably these are the spirals of a new DNA. We are building a new society, a new type of companies where these three dimensions, human nature and activity, become the elements, the building elements of a new, well, you cannot call it animal, but a new being, where the spine of these three spirals is certainly humanity. And there is a lot to do to turn that into something that will go up. And when I hear Vincent Sibilia speak, there is a tremendous energy, a drive to make, in this case, Geneva work, because that's his batch. And you rightfully mentioned just that, because where will this spiral go? And that we have to find out. And now, of course, we have always been interested in what will happen to us in the future. But I think these periods are extremely useful for that, because we got in a turmoil with COVID, we got into an acceleration where suddenly everything turns and everything changes, and we have to be extremely agile. And we see suddenly that the direction that we go into is quite a dynamic one. So let me then thank all of you for having been here with us today, those who listened, because you are the beginning of the path. That is how the message goes on, and that's how the message will be spread. Those who spoke because they contributed with their ideas to new ideas and confront them, and those who organized, because even if this looks simple because it's just a flat screen, there's a lot behind, and these things have to be organized. So this is the message to the future. This is the human spine in this new DNA. And with that, I think we can wish all the best to the future of the school, our community, and on research. Thank you very much. And yes, we'll organize the next thing soon again. Thank you very much.